Do we have everybody on Zoom? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Was that hard enough? You guys, right? Got it. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Now calling the regular City Council meeting of November 18, 2025 to order. Next item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. So if all of you can, willing and able, can stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay, moving down to item 2 of the agenda, we have our land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Right, thank you. We're now on to item 3 of the agenda, roll call and City Clerk's report. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you. Mayor Sasai,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Here.
Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy will be joining us remotely. Looks like he has not quite joined. We'll note that for the record. Councilmember Toms.
Here.
City Manager Young.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Deputy Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Friday, November 14th at 12:40 p.m. with all legally required notices. Written comments were received in advance of the meeting, distributed to Council and staff, posted to the website, and are available to view in the back of the chambers. Does the Council have any conflicts to report on our agenda this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, the next item that we have is a closed session. Do we have, City Clerk, we typically would take public comment for, okay. So we'll take public comment on the closed session items.
Thank you. We have quite a few for our closed session items this evening. We'll start with Stacy McPherson, Alfonso Black, and Amy Eubanks.
For all but 2 years of my life. In this time, I've seen Pinole do the same thing again and again. And I think it's frustrating that we are constantly being the lowest paid people. We have a hard time retaining people. We have a hard time recruiting people because there's not adequate compensation. When this council finally freed up 25% of your reserves, it was supposed to be for unfunded liability for retirement. If we're not able to keep people and we have a high turnover rate, we're constantly, our unfunded liability is going up because for however long we have these people with us, we're not getting a career out of them. But you're on the hook for how many years that they were on, that they were with this city. The problem is if they're leaving at a certain amount, they're retiring at a higher rate, that's your unfunded portion. So at some point, if you don't invest in the employees that you have now, your unfunded liability is going to continue to go up. The other thing I heard was that the 25% of which is the equivalent of 25% of your total operating budget, it's my understanding that you want it to all go towards your unfunded liability, which is my understanding, that bill doesn't come up for about 20 years. What I don't think is fair is that not only are we not paying all of our employees a competitive rate, we're not putting that money into infrastructure, we're not putting that money into parks, we're not putting it into, you name it, pavement that needs to be repaired. And I don't think that they're making a good use of the money that you guys are actually doing. The other issue I have is that you have officers that have been working 12 hours a day for 2 weeks straight or more. Not only is that a great liability to the city because of their fatigue factor alone, it impairs their cognitive ability, it impairs their reaction times. My fear is there's going to be issues when they're trying to go home. Are they going to hurt themselves? Are they going to hurt somebody else? Because we can't get the bodies we need. The Post statistics basically show that this city has, since 2016, gotten in and lost the same amount of people, and over half are to just people just quitting. And right now, if you look at your officers right now, 14 have 5 years or less experience. We're not keeping people. And right now, if we're being paid at the lowest or next to lowest, we're gonna keep having this problem. My husband was a cop for this city about 20 years ago. This is the same problem. So 2 decades later, this still hasn't been addressed, which is frustrating because we keep passing measures for emergency services and stuff. And I don't see it going to the salaries. I don't see it going to fix a problem that's been going for decades. So I'm hoping you guys will finally look at, when we're trying to address these problems, that we can finally do it.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Alfonso Black. I'm a police officer here for the city of Pinole. I've been here for about 3 years. I just want to say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. What I want to talk about, something at the heart of every thriving city, something that determines the safety, confidence, and the future of the people we serve, the essential role of our police in this community. Police safety is not merely a service. It is the foundation upon which every other city priority is built. Our schools, our parks, our businesses, our neighborhood events, none of these can flourish unless people feel safe. And the men and the women of our police department are the individuals who stand between order and chaos, often at moments when our residents are facing the worst day of their lives. But policing is more than an emergency response. Officers are mentors, problem solvers, protectors. We intervene in domestic crisis, help troubled youth find a better path, check on seniors who live alone, and build relationships that prevent conflict before it ever becomes a call for service. We are the steady, calm presence our residents rely on when they pick up the phone and dial 911, trusting that somebody will come. When we talk about community, police are often woven into this fabric. We know the streets, families, challenges, and hopes. And when you empower us through staffing, training, and strong support, we help shape a city that is safe, welcoming, and full of opportunity. Moreover, the city's April 2022 community service delivered a clear and unambiguous message. Out of 11 potential initiatives, 98% of responders identified public safety service as their highest priority. Residents could not have communicated more clearly. Safety is the foundational expectation of this community, not an aspirational goal. If public safety is indeed the community's foremost priority, and your own data confirms that it is, then ensuring the recruitment and critically, the retention of qualified officers must be treated as a central priority of city governance. That is why decisions made in this chamber matter so profoundly. The council's choices to increase wages determine whether we have enough officers to respond quickly, retaining the experienced professionals who know the city best, putting experienced officers in that uniform that could improve our staffing numbers, add to and improve the quality of life for residents, reduce overtime costs, improve morale, and whether our residents can continue to trust that we will come when they need it most. Investing in our police is not simply an expense, it is an investment in stability, dignity, and peace of mind. It is a statement that every resident, every child walking to school, every family opening a business, every senior living alone deserves safety as a basic expectation and not a privilege. Mayor and city council members, you have the power to shape the future of this city. When you support your police department, you are supporting the very foundation upon which our community stands. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Amy Eubanks, the PPA president. I'm here tonight because our police officers and dispatchers continue to work under wages that are not competitive, do not keep pace with inflation, and are hurting the city financially and operationally through turnover and rising long-term costs. Your own long-term financial plan that was published in 2022, which ran from the fiscal year 2022 through 2026-27, made several things clear. I'm going to lay these out for you. First, inflation. Since early 2021, inflation rose from roughly 3% to 8%. During that same same period, our officers received no meaningful market adjustments. Meanwhile, other agencies kept up, and our staffing shows the results. Loss of experienced officers, higher training costs, lower retention, and ultimately reduced service to our community. Second, dispatch. Pinole pays only 30% of the cost of the Tri-City Dispatch Center. Hercules and San Pablo cover the remaining 70%. Dispatch salaries are therefore an even smaller burden on our general fund, yet we still do not offer competitive wages. We continue to lose trained dispatchers to neighboring agencies because the pay simply isn't keeping up with the market. Third, the city's financial strength. Reserves grew from $8.5 million in 2021 to a projected $11 million by 2026-27. In 2021, our reserves were at a 58%, far above the policy level, and the council recently just lowered the reserve requirement from 50 to 35%. The long-term financial plan also identifies Pinole as a low-risk city. Low-risk cities generally need only about 17% in reserves. Even the GFOA does not recommend the high reserve levels that we maintain. So if our reserves are strong, our risk is low, and we've intentionally lowered the required reserves, why are we being told we cannot offer competitive wages? Fourth, pension and OPEB liabilities. We've repeatedly heard these liabilities prevent raises. Most of those costs come from employees who retired years ago, not today's officers. And there's a responsible solution. Just as the city created a Section 115 trust for pension obligations, we can create an OPEB trust. With the reserves above recommended levels, we can strategically pay down those liabilities and remove them as a barrier to competitive compensation. Finally, the cost of turnover is real. Lost experiences, months of overtime to cover vacancies, training expenses for new hires, and increased pension liabilities when officers don't stay long enough to balance the system. Retention is a financial issue, and the only proven way to fix retention is to offer competitive wages, not minimal COLAs, not delayed increases, actual market competitive compensation. We now have Measure I revenue, strong reserves, a low risk financial profile, and clear tools for managing long-term liabilities. So I ask again, with all of this in place, why can't we offer salaries that keep our officers and dispatchers here in Pinole? If we want to stop the cycle of vacancies, turnovers, and rising liabilities, we need to invest in the people who keep this community safe. Retention saves money. Competitive wages retain employees, and financially, we have the means. It's time to stop saying we cannot afford competitive wages and recognize that we cannot afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. The next speakers will be Debbie Long, Tamiko Scott, Barry Duggan, and Jamie Huckabee.
Good evening, Council. There's nothing I can say tonight that hasn't already been said by the people that are in the trenches. That's who you need to listen to. My comments from last meeting still stand, and obviously I support all our officers. Injury is a real risk to these officers, especially when there's only 2 on at any one time. Crime is real. I don't know if you've ever seen how a person who is trying to get away from police officers fight. And if only 2 officers are trying to apprehend, the risk of injury to those officers is real. And that comes with consequences as well. So I'm asking you to get this contract done. They're overworked, underpaid. And you may say, well, this is a smaller city, but look what surrounds it. Look at the crime that comes into our city every day. So now that our city manager, unfortunately, is leaving, we're going to have to put this contract in the hands of an interim city manager. I don't want someone who doesn't know what's going on handling this contract. I want someone who's been there to get it done immediately. Holidays are here. Crime will increase as well as more calls for service. We still only have 2 on the streets, unless, of course, you have mandated overtime, which goes back to my first comments. A couple of you council members, don't see them here tonight, have not supported the police in the past and should not allow their personal agendas to get in the way of public safety. This contract needs to be done tonight, and if not tonight, before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tamiko Scott. I am the Vice President of the Pinole Police Employees Association. I've proudly served the city of Pinole for the past 4 years as I am a generational officer. My father retired from this very police department. With that being said, that means my commitment runs deep to the city, of Pinole as well as this police department. Over the years, nearly every one of our officers has experienced, witnessed, or responded to incidents that most people will fortunately never have to experience. Day by day, we are called upon to help with everyone from the most minor concerns to the absolute worst moments of someone's life. I have personally assisted with one of the council members during an incident, which unfortunately that council member is not here tonight, so I can't directly speak to them. But I did it without hesitation because that's my job, and that was my duty and promise to this city. However, every day that passes without a contract sends a clear message that we are underappreciated, disrespected, and underevaluated by the very people that we are entrusted with supporting the city and its public safety personnel. It was mentioned by one of the council members that our staffing is adequate. If our staffing is so adequate, why is it that I've had to work 130 hours in one single pay period? Not once, on multiple occasions. You can ask my fellow officers behind me that I have done it time and time again. If that is what adequate looks like, then apparently it needs to be reevaluated. We are one of the lowest, if not the lowest paid agencies in the entire county, despite the fact that our officers shoulder numerous ancillary duties beyond the daily patrol responsibilities. If we are to maintain the self-sustained department that we have worked so hard to build, we must be able to offer something meaningful worth retention. Right now, we have been given nothing that encourages officers to stay. Pinole's become a stepping stone, a starter agency for those seeking better pay, better benefits, and just better morale elsewhere. Despite being told no time and time again, even for the smallest requests, we continue to show up. We continue to provide the highest level of service, protecting not only the citizens of the city, but each of you who sit on this board. All we're asking for is fairness, respect, and a contract that reflects the value of the work we do every single day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm going to have to go off script here for a minute because my first few comments were for the mayor, so I'm curious as to why he's not here, which we are still the biggest union and we are still out of contract, and we're talking about it tonight and nowhere to be seen. So I'm hoping that you're listening somewhere, but good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Don't worry, Mr. Mayor, there'll be no need to call me out on staying under 3 minutes this time, as I will be under that just as I was last time. I wanted to express my concern regarding the prolonged period during which the city's largest union, the PPA, has been out of contract, 5 months and counting. I believe it's unreasonable for the city to allow this situation to continue for such an extended time. It is only fair that the members of the PPA are paid a competitive wage. Providing fair compensation is essential to retaining employees and maintaining adequate staffing levels, which in turn enables us to deliver the best possible service to our citizens. It's surprising that the city, now and historically, has been satisfied with the department being at minimum staffing on the street, and with its officers and dispatchers being almost at the bottom of the salary surveys for agencies in this county and outside the county. It is troubling that this city council seems eager to invest in everything but its police department and infrastructure like public works, and instead diverts funds for more staffing at City Hall with directors and assistants to those directors, instead of providing fair wages for its current staff. The city has recently increased its director positions and assistant positions, but the police department is denied a hiring manager that would be essential in assisting the department with property records, dispatch management, and helping to lessen the load of command staff and officers so that they can spend more time on the street. Without a solid foundation, the city cannot continue to thrive and maintain the high standards that make it such a desirable place to live. I urge the city to prioritize the contract negotiations and to invest in its workforce for the benefit of all residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
My name is Jamie Huckabee, and I am one of the lead dispatchers for the Pinole Police Department. I have served this city for almost 10 years. In that decade, our communication center has been fully staffed only twice in 10 years. We lost people each time to higher paying agencies. We serve 3 cities, and our dispatchers are required to maintain knowledge and readiness well beyond the limits of Pinole alone. Yet, despite that workload and responsibility, we remain the lowest paid dispatchers in the county. It's important to remember that Hercules and San Pablo fund more than half of our salary, Excuse me. And San Pablo's contract even includes a 5% annual raise for dispatchers. Other cities clearly understand the value of qualified, trained, professional emergency dispatchers. Pinole should too. One example is the request to increase bilingual incentive pay from 3% to 10%. Where did the 10% figure come from? It's the same rate the city already pays bilingual staff at City Hall. Staff who do not handle life and death emergencies where every second matters. To our Spanish-speaking dispatchers, the message right now is that their skills are valued less than those of non-emergency clerical positions. That is demoralizing, and frankly, it's unfair. We, dispatchers and officers, are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We always show up for the city, and all we are asking is for the city to finally show up for us. Tonight is my one day off. I have 2 kids at home waiting for me, and instead of being with them, I'm here explaining why the people who protect this community deserve basic fairness and a contract. At the last meeting, I watched a member of this council, who happens to not be here today, smirk and roll his eyes while Officer Lewis was speaking. That reaction made it painfully clear how some members of this body perceive and value the police department. Message received. But it is also the wrong message because the community deserves better. We all deserve better. If this council truly values public safety, then we shouldn't be without a contract. We shouldn't have to come here on our days off and plead for what other cities already provide their officers and dispatchers. We have spent years showing our commitment to Pinole. Tonight, we are asking you to show yours.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, City Clerk.
Thank you. We also have a card for 4B, Maria Alegria.
Hi, Mayor Tabe. This is Councilmember Devin Murphy. I just wanted to make sure that you, as well as the staff here, know that I've been online since 5:02 p.m. I do see also Mayor Sasai online, so I'm not sure if we're able to be heard or seen, but just wanted to make sure. It seems like there's a couple of comments that have been misinformed, so I just want to make sure we're heard and seen.
So, thank you, Councilor. One second, City Clerk, is that shown on Zoom or on the screen here?
Yes, we do have 2 council members that are attending remotely this evening, and so that's Councilmember Murphy and Mayor Sasai are both, and so they are present on Zoom and are seen there for our Zoom attendees. Unfortunately, with our broadcast, we can't have them brought up on the screen the entire time.
I see. Okay.
Just to, hopefully that helps.
Thank you for that. Speaker, please.
Great. Good evening. My name is Maria Alegria. I'm 45-year resident and taxpayer of the beautiful city of Pinole. As you go into closed session to discuss the interim city manager, I just wanted to suggest that you not add that responsibility to an employee that is already here. It's a big load, and as you just heard, there's some serious contract issues you need to deal with. I would recommend that you bring someone on board for the next 4 to 6 months who is a good administrator, a good people person, who will build confidence with your staff and with your community, and also do their due diligence in making sure you get a search firm that will engage the community as you select a new city manager. So I just wanted to offer that suggestion to you. And wish you, Godspeed and getting someone on board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Bob Kopp.
Well, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I've been here for 56 years in the city of Pinole, and it seems like in the last few years, it's really went downhill. And a lot of the money that we should be using for the police department has been voted on by the 3 guys here in order to have $12,000 travel allowance a year. a couple years ago, they voted a raise for the next year's city council, knowing that they would probably be on the city council. I think that's ridiculous, and I think that our city attorney needs to check into some of the reasons why there's always 3-2 on almost everything that comes up down here. And I'm looking at the one right now. He's staring at me, and I thought a whole lot more of you a few years ago than I do today. I just want to let you know that up front. And I think we should take this money away, the $12,000 for 5 people, and then the raise that they gave themselves. I think that should be taken away and put back into the fund for the police department. It's not a lot of money, but it's money that should be going here instead of for them to take a tour. One of our council members went back to D.C. on our dime, and I haven't heard a thing that he did back there that brought any benefit to the city of Pinole in any way. To me, all it was a real nice paid vacation on the city's dime, and I think we should be saving our money for law enforcement and also some of the members of our teams that fix the streets and that. We've been losing money because of ADA, I heard. They're making us replace handicap ramps. Well, when we put the handicap ramps in to start with, they were approved by the federal government. I don't think we should be paying out of our pocket to put new ones in where the old ones were because they were approved originally. And we could be using that money, which is a lot of money, that we could be used to take care of potholes and different things here in the city that need to be taken care of. And I really would like for the people to stand up and fight for the police department and public works here in this town. I just think it's went downhill in the last 5 or 6 years by some of the voting that went on. I still don't believe that we should be spending that kind of money to go to Washington, D.C., when you can't tell me that those people back there give a damn about the city of Pinole, because we're not a big enough city to have any influence on anything that happens. And if you want to talk to Garamendi, you can make an appointment at the office in Richmond on the 2nd floor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Thank you. I think we've completed our in-person comments. Just double checking. You have one as well? If you'd like to speak on this item, go ahead. If it's for closed session, please go ahead. You can take the podium. Oh, if you could, so that folks at home can hear you. Yeah. Just go ahead and please state your name for the record.
Yeah, if we can go to the podium for the record.
Hi, my name is Kathy McFarland. Good evening. The council is here to serve and protect our community and town. It is not here to systematically destroy it and financially bury it and its residents in debt. Why is it you have not worked out a contract for months now with our police officers when you know this is one of our top priorities our city has stated time and time again as an essential to keep us safe? If there is a known criminal in Pinole, I want them picked up and arrested, whether it be by our police officers or ICE. No criminal should get out of jail free card because of who comes to arrest them or where. A United States citizen who is a criminal would not get this privilege, so why should anybody else? Now the city is looking at adding 2 cannabis dispensaries for the almighty tax money to save you without much regard to the many negative effects on our community and the health of the people. I shared last meeting a list of the top 20 dangerous cities in California, with 2 of these cities being Richmond and Antioch in Contra Costa County. You mentioned both of these cities in your presentation as examples. California is comfortably numb with these following cannabis sales. Contra Costa County has 106,844,476 just in cannabis sales. We turn our lights on to see the city gets 8%. We turn our gas heaters on to keep warm, the city gets 8%. We make a phone call to a family and friends, the city gets 8%. We flush our toilets, the city gets an 8% increase up to 40% over 5 years. We use our mandatory trash, the city now gets $7.75 a month. We go shopping and the new sales tax is now 10.25%. We fuel our vehicles and the city gets gas tax. We pay our property tax, which increases in value of our homes by 2% annually, and the city gets a portion of that. The only bill you don't have touched or can't touch is East Bay Mud. Now the city wants a parcel tax for 10 years that will add another $250 to increasing $305 over the life of the tax. You also want to do a bond for $20 million for 20 years. The number that was presented as $217 per parcel was inaccurate and misleading. We're already paying currently on 9 measure bonds, with some of them literally half of our lifetime. You also want another sales tax of 0.25%. You just got an increase. The city now wants to also get on our homes and tell us how to heat our homes and how to cook our food. They want us to migrate from gas to the electric. Your proposed 2025-2026 budget is outrageous and disgusting, with the projected deficit of over $35,766,050. You're literally slowly strangling our city and financially abusing the residents to the point where we're losing our homes and being put out of the streets. The city needs to make major cuts, sell the approximate 25 open parcels of land you do have, and work on a budget so that there are no deficits. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. City Clerk, next speaker.
Thank you. We'll go to online comments, please.
Yes, we have Maria Figueroa.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. Well, my name is Maria Figueroa, and I'm a dispatcher for the Pinole Police Department. I began my career in Pinole as the administrative assistant to the chief of police, and last year I transitioned into dispatch, a role where the stakes are literally life and death. I work for a city that many of you call home, and I'll kindly remind you, I also have a home, one that I rarely see these days because of the overtime that we're required to work. We're constantly short-staffed, and that burden falls on every one of you. Why are we understaffed? The answer is simple. The compensation does not reflect the level of responsibility or the workload placed on us. We remain the lowest paid dispatchers and officers in the entire county, with no clear indication that this was gonna change. As a Pinole dispatcher, you're required to learn and operate across 3 different cities, each with its own policies and its own procedures. Meanwhile, there are agencies where dispatchers are only responsible for a single city, far less responsibility, and yet they're paid way more than we are. También hablo, escribo, y leo en español. I'll translate that for you. I also speak, write, and read in Spanish. For that skill, I only received 3%. Before transitioning into dispatch, I earned 5%, and I know that other city employees currently earn 10%. Somehow the value of that skill for the police department is not as important as other city employees. My ability to communicate in Spanish allows me to assist callers immediately without waiting for a translator. In emergencies, seconds matter. Every second matters. That skill saves time, improves outcomes, and in some cases, it can save lives. Our police department operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I spend more time with my coworkers than I do with my own family. This Thanksgiving, while many of you gather with loved ones, I'll be sitting in a dispatch chair, helping keep the city safe without a contract. What I don't accept is hearing that you value the police department, only to see that the value disappears when it's time to act. Words cost nothing. What we're asking for, what we deserve, is action and a fair contract. I stand before you not only as a dispatcher, but as a wife, a mother, and someone teaching her children that you do not stay silent in the face of inequity. You stand up, you advocate, and when necessary, you seek opportunities where your work is respected and your value is recognized. The choice before you is simple. Invest in the people who hold the city together at its most critical moments, or continue to lose them. The next move is yours.
Thank you for your comments. City Clerk, any?
Looks like that concludes our comments.
Okay. Thank you again, speakers, for going on record. We're going to go ahead and move to convene to a closed session. Conference with Labor Negotiations, Government Code 54957.6. Agency Designated Representative, City Manager Kelsey Young, Human Resources Director Stacy Shell, Finance Director Markeisha Guillory, and Gregory Ramirez of IEDA. Employee organizations, the employee organizations, the Panola Police Employees Association, PPEA. Item B, Public Employee Appointment, Government Code 54957, title Interim City Manager. City Clerk, did we have a estimated time to?
We had estimated 6:30. I think at this point we can do 7 as our estimated time to return.
Okay, all right, so we'll be back at 7. There is no reportable action coming out of closed session. We are moving on to item 6, citizens to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any?
Yes, Kathy McFarland and Rafael Menez. Okay, Rafael Menez.
And these are for items not on the agenda, correct?
That is correct.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menez, I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have 2 topics I'd like to speak about tonight. The first is notifying the city and the community that we plan to have a protest this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the intersection of San Pablo and Tenant, as we've been doing roughly monthly, to protest against various actions of the current government. I'm sure you can think of some you would like to protest on your own, so I don't need to go into particular detail there. And the second is that November 20th, this upcoming Thursday, is going to be the Trans Day of Remembrance. I sent in the full list in writing, and I appreciate the council for publishing that, but I'd also like to read out the names of the 31 individuals who died during the time period covered from the last Trans Day of Remembrance. So that would be from October of 2024 through September of 2025. So these names are Hani Walker, Rick Alistor Newman, San Coleman, Jay Flores, Kyla Jane Walker, Kanisha Kokoa Chantel, Orlazia Wright, Cam Thompson, Johnny Adamo, Aubrey Dameron, Tahiri Broom, Sam Nordquist, Erviana Beatty Johnson, Ambry Dior, Linda Becerra Moran, Kaitoria Lacynthia Banks, Kelsey Elm, Shiparius Dupree, Carmen Wells, Hope Laika Youngblood, Laura Schuler, J.J. Godby, Christina Hayes, Kamora Woods, Dream Johnson, Blair A. Sawyer, Rosa Machuca, Cassie Rhea, Onyx Cornish, Blaze Alexander Bal Mason, and Tiara Love Tori Jackson. All of these individuals were killed and had either a trans or other non-binary identity. We mourn their loss to their communities and to our community as a country as a whole, and we hope that one day there won't be any names on this list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next comment.
Debbie Long.
Again, good evening, Council. I realize that you're required to allow me to speak, or us to speak, and you hear and see us talking. What is apparent is that unless we are someone that you know from personal supporting you, you do not listen to what we have to say. I'd like to add something that came out of last meeting regarding cannabis sales. After the discussion, it was put to a motion to have staff bring back more information regarding cannabis distribution within the city. Councilwoman Toms asked the mayor if the council would first have a town hall meeting for the citizen input. Mayor Sasai would not amend the motion, and it carried with a 3-2 to move it to staff. This is in contradiction to a motion by Toms several meetings ago to ask for staff input on limiting the truck weight limits on downtown San Pablo Avenue. Mayor Sasai would not approve this as he wanted a town hall meeting first on weight limits on San Pablo downtown roads. Not only is this hypocritical critical by Mayor Sassai, I would say that there is more importance to having a town hall meeting first on the cannabis distribution centers before weight limits on San Pablo Avenue. I'd appreciate the town hall meetings to be a priority. And just as a FYI, the Cannabis Club on the Dam Road has already been broken into 2 times this year. In the previous discussion, the impact on the police department should have been discussed, especially in light of the fact that the Pinole Police Department is working without a contract. Additionally, just a note, the clock tower has graffiti on it and has had for some time. And as I recall, the owner is responsible for maintaining the clock. I would appreciate it if staff would contact the owner and give them a short window to clean it. And also, remotely, for those council members that aren't here, do we as citizens have a right to know where they are at this moment? I thought that it was something that we were allowed to know. I'm going to be leaving, so I'd just like to add about the renaming of Bayfront Park. There are 2 people that were instrumental in that park being there, and that's Jack Meehan and Pete Murray. And neither one of them had input in this. But I'd just like to make a recommendation. I understand why you want the name change, but I'd like to add, and I'm not sure if I'll pronounce it right, Rocos or thereabouts is the Indian name. Why don't they put Rocos Bayfront Park so that we keep some history to that park and the members that fought for, I think it was 25 years to get that park there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter.
Let's see if we have any online comments.
There are no online comments.
That concludes public comment. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll close citizens to be heard and move on to the next agenda item, reports and communications. Mayor's report, Mayor Sassai.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Taib, and thanks to everybody for joining us tonight. First, I want to say I was pleased to join into 2 regional committee meetings that happened this month. First was the Mayor's Conference, Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. The second was our WestCat Board of Directors meeting that I know our Vice Chair, Councilor Martinez-Rubin, was also present for. During that meeting, we went over a few discussions, one including an update to our WestCat Evolution program. So consultants came back with recommendations in terms of how we might amend our routes within our region. One particular amendment was with the city of Hercules and their district. Really appreciated the discussion with all of our colleagues on the board that night, and looking forward to a final draft coming back to our future WestCat meeting that's happening. I would say keep tuned. Stay tuned for that, and I hope to see you at the next WestCat Board of Directors meeting for that conversation. I was really pleased to join Councilmember Toms, and also Councilmember Murphy, who came later for the ribbon cutting for the Sourdough and Company store that just opened up here in Fitzgerald Drive. If you all don't know where it is right by the Lucky's in Pinole and Fitzgerald Drive. Please visit there. The owners of that establishment are amazing. And really great products for all of us to enjoy out there in Pinole. Last but not least, want to personally thank the Pinole Police and our chief, who apprehended, arrested, and now has a suspect. I know some news outlets reported on this just this morning, actually, but there was an individual who went and spray painted a few small businesses across the city of Pinole, expressing disinterest with some city officials. So just want to thank the chief and the entire department for their amazing work on that, and want to just express my sort of support for that. So thank you all. I appreciate it, and have a wonderful rest of your November holiday season. We'll see you back in December. Thank you.
Okay, secondly, we have announcements. City Clerk Bell Spears, please go ahead. If there's any announcements. I think it's mayoral council appointments.
Yes, I could take that item. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so before you this evening, we have the item reappointment to the Contra Costa County Library Commission, and I have a very brief report for you. The Contra Costa County Library Commission was established by the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors in March 1991. The commission was created to serve in an advisory capacity to the Board of Supervisors and the county librarian. The Library Commission is comprised of 24 voting members and 4 non-voting members. 18 of those members are representing the cities and towns in Contra Costa County. These commissioners are appointed by the city and town councils, which is why this item is before you this evening. Currently, George Persley, who was appointed to the Library Commission on August 15, 2017, is interested in serving again in this capacity. He has been diligent in his representation of the city of Pinole on this county commission, and his past attendance records show his commitment to this responsibility. Staff has confirmed Mr. Persley's willingness to continue to serve Pinole in this capacity. So the recommendation is that the City Council reappoint George Persley to the Contra Costa County Library Commission to a term expiring on June 30th, 2028. That concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council?
Yes. Thank you, City Clerk. Were there other applicants for this position that you were aware of?
There were no other applicants that I was aware of. We were contacted by the clerk to this body who informed us that a reappointment was required, and then we reached out to the Commissioner Persley to just ensure that they were still interested in serving in the role.
Thank you. And with you as our city representative on a number of with advisory groups to the city, do you have any particular role with regard to recruiting applicants for this commission?
Only when we are advised that there's trouble with, if there's a vacancy, and, in instances like this, it is the body itself that handles their own recruitment. And so we just support them. And if we're asked to do additional, advertisement, we can do that. And we have done that in the past when asked, or when it's necessary, when we have a vacancy.
Thank you.
Okay, do we typically take a motion to approve?
Mayor Pro Tem, I was just a quick question. Is Mr. Persley, I don't see him online. Is he in person?
I'm sorry, is he here in the
No.
audience? Okay, he did plan on attending, but it looks like he is not here. Let me just double check online.
Okay. I have spoken with him in the past about his work, and if he didn't make it tonight, perhaps we can invite him to a future meeting just to give an update. I think traditionally we always have our applicants just, speak to who they are. I think he's served on this commission for a while, so he may be used to that, but there's always new residents and folks who, just need to see a face and understand who's representing them at this level. So if staff could just reach out to him if he's not there tonight, and see if he's available at another council meeting. I think our 2nd or 16th meeting of December could be great, but I feel confident in his work ethic and his vision for this role. So I'm happy to move his approval.
Do we need public comment? Yeah, so we'll take public comment.
I don't
before
see
motion.
any comments so far, unless anyone in the chambers has a comment. Okay, Ms. Report?
Just a quick comment. Good evening. Yes, he's very good. I've lived here 50 years, and I know him personally. He served on the committee before the commission. I would certainly approve this nomination and appointment. Thank you.
Okay, looks like that concludes the comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council. We have a motion. Any comment?
Councilmember Murphy moved, and I'll second.
Okay, can we have roll call vote?
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Aye.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have city council reports. We'll start with Councilmember Toms.
Sure, just a couple of items. It was already mentioned that we had a ribbon cutting for Sourdough and Company up at the Fitzgerald Shopping Center, and we wanted to welcome that business to Pinole. They were very busy, and I think it's going to be successful. And then for this week, I have 2 meetings that I'm going to be attending, and that's the MCE meeting while the delegate is out of town. That's Councilmember Murphy. And then I'm also an alternate for ABAG Executive Committee, and I'll be attending that meeting on Thursday as well, while that delegate is also at the same conference. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Toms. We'll go to Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. Nope, sorry.
Murphy online.
That's right.
I was kind of going this way, but
I heard the M.
Was that Councilmember Martinez Rubin or myself, Mayor?
Councilmember Murphy. I was just looking at the chair. And
Yeah,
moving
I
that
was
way.
gonna. I don't have a report this evening. I will have a report on December 2nd, as per typical. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Since we last met, the ad hoc committee to review council procedures met on November 5th, along with City Attorney Casher and Madam City Clerk Bell. And that was to introduce us to our tasks, which will include reviewing a handbook for council members that staff have put together. This handbook includes chapters on give us an overview of our city council, city manager form of government, as well as the procedures that the council follows in its proceedings, a bit on distinguishing the roles between what are the obligations, responsibilities, authorities of council members relative to the city manager, and ethics resources, among other things. So more to be done. We just got started. I think it will be a helpful additional resource that new council members and returning council members will be taking a look at as they begin each new year within a term that they serve. The Veterans Day event that was held on November 11th at Fernandez Park, from the perspective of attendees or participants in the public, went very well, and people with whom I spoke were very pleased that it came back to the city, an event that for the 15 or so years was previously led by the Pinole Historical Society, and now with the City Council having approved to be included in the budget for the Community Services Department to continue. I look forward, and not only me, but people in the audience who are advocates of veterans and veterans themselves look forward to continuing that. One piece of feedback received was, along with the celebration of how our veterans have provided us the opportunity to continue serving as we do and to live with the freedoms that we have. Yes, that merits a celebration, but also to come back and provide also a bit of solemnity to the event. And how we provided that in the past was to read the names of veterans originally from Pinole who have passed away in the line of in service. So perhaps we can bring that back for the next year. Easy enough to research, and I can help with that so that we make that happen. On November 13th, WestCat board met, and Councilmember Mayor Sasai already mentioned that part of the presentations that we heard had to do with the initiative that WestCat has had, named the WestCat Innovation, which has been a number of different activities that have asked public members and agencies that are parties and interested in public transit, namely WestCat, on how it can better serve our community, its region. By region, we mean usually Hercules, part of the unincorporated area, as well as Pinole, to continue with the different lines of service, both fixed lines as well as the paratransit service and possibly other programs, keeping in mind that we want to serve as best possible, also keeping in mind that the agency is still attempting to return and hasn't fully returned to have as many passengers as it did pre-COVID. So we're still recovering from that. We will hear more about how the public in general will be informed about the results of the analyses done by the consultant for Westcat Innovation, I believe in January, when we will hear the consultant's plan on communicating with the public about all of that. Another fun event that was had by the city and was very well attended was the Holiday Craft Fair. And I have to do the full cycle, which is a term we like to use when we talk about recycling, upcycling, and returning to the full use of resources. So what you see here is a beautiful example, an example of one of the beautiful tote bags, a project that I believe was the result of the creativity from in our planning department, specifically our sustainability manager, yes, Kapil, who was present at the holiday fair. So that was one venue. Last time we met in council, I thought I had missed out on the opportunity of owning one of these items. But here we are, and I show it not only because it's fun, but because it is also emblematic of a number of different things, all of the sustainability initiatives that we talk about, but also that there's a little bit of fun that can be had, and to promote our city is also, it offers an opportunity for a consumer, if you will, to promote the city that we love. So thank you, everyone, for making this possible, and I was so pleased to be a shopper to get one of these. And there are more, right? More to be had. So contact our planning department if someone is interested in one of these tote bags. Great, thank you. Thank you for indulging me, and healthy and safe Thanksgiving holidays to all.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin. We'll move to the next item, council requests for future agenda items. Are there any future agenda items requested? Okay, it looks like we have public comment.
Yes, Rafael Menez.
Yes. Good evening again, Council. I'll be brief on this one. As stated in my written comments, I would like to request that the Council schedule a future agenda item to add a proclamation recognizing the Trans Day of Remembrance for, I believe it will be 2026 now, because it's probably going to be too late to do it for 2025. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to the city manager's report. City Manager Young.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, City Manager Young. I did have one item on the, just for future agenda. Is that okay? I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I was trying to push the unmute button.
Future agenda item. Go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm so sorry. I know it's 2025. I should know how to press the unmute button by now. Yes, I wanted to request a future agenda item. It's pretty simple, but there is a local elected sign-on letter in support of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's zero emission appliance standards, which is also known as Rules 9-4 and 9-6. They're at, the district in the work that's currently the landscape is asking for support to both certainly support these rules, but also to add some flexibility and affordability measures. So I just was wondering, I do have language that I can share with staff, but just was requesting that we bring that to a future council meeting. And that's a motion.
There was a motion, second. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Okay. City Clerk?
Okay, would you like me to call the vote?
Call roll, please.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. City Manager Young, if you would, please.
Thank you. So I wanted to say a quick thank you to all of staff who put forward the Veterans Day event as well as the craft fair. We've heard some wonderful things about that, and it was wonderful to see so many of the community members there as well. I also want to say thank you to Public Works, who's out there right now trying to get both cleanup after the storm, but then starting our holiday decorations. And then finally, as many of you are already aware, I have resigned, and this will be my last council meeting. I'm really proud of the work that we've done here in Pinole, and I also want to send a thank you to council for this opportunity, and to the community, and to the amazing staff, particularly the executive team. I also want to thank, I have been very overwhelmed by the outpouring of support and kind goodbyes that I've received from the community, and I just want to say thank you. So, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. City Attorney, Cashier, report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Nothing to report.
Okay. So I know we're moving on to item 8. Thinking we could take out of order if we could skip to item 12, new business, and then come back to the proclamations. I'm not sure if we have, oh no, proclamations first, then we take it out of order. Got it. Okay. Can do. All right. Okay. Yeah, so we'll go item 8, 8A, proclamations, Family Court Awareness Month. Since I am the Mayor Pro Tem, I'm wondering, Mayor Sasai, could you read off the top since you're first?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Family Court Awareness Month, November 2025. Whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee, FCAMC, is to increase awareness on the importance of a family court system that prioritizes child safety and acts in the best interest of children. And
whereas the mission at the FCAMC is fueled by the desire to create awareness and change in the family court system for the conservatively estimated 58,000 children a year ordered into unsupervised contact with abusive parents, while honoring the hundreds of children who have been reported as murdered during visitation with a dangerous parent. And
whereas the mission of the FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of empirically based education and training on domestic violence and child abuse, including emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, as well as childhood trauma, coercive control, and post-separation abuse for judges and all professionals working on cases within the family court system. And
whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is to increase awareness on the importance of using scientifically valid, evidence-based treatment programs and services that are proven in terms of safety, effectiveness, and therapeutic value. And
whereas the mission at the FCAMC is to educate judges and other family court professionals on evidence-based, peer-reviewed research. Such research is a critical component to making decisions that are truly in the best interest of children. This research includes the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. The co-principal investigator is Vincent Filetti from Kaiser Permanente. Child custody evaluators, beliefs about domestic abuse allegations. The principal investigator there is Daniel Saunders at the University of Michigan, sponsored by the National Institute of Justice. And child custody outcomes in cases involving parental alienation and abuse allegations. The principal investigator there is Joan S. Meyer, GW Law School, sponsored by the National Institute of Justice. And
now, therefore, I, Cameron Sasai, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 to be Family Court Awareness Month, and encourage all residents to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the harm of children in the hands of family members and to honor and value the lives of children. Happy Family Court Awareness Month, everybody.
So we have
And
this.
I'm not sure if Tina is in the audience there, but Chair, if I could just give a quick note here. Tina is someone that we all know as the owner of the famous Tina's Place in Pinole. She reached out to me earlier this month about this proclamation, and it really did prompt me to research about this, and just want to thank her for her advocacy. I've learned that a family court is not just a place where decisions are made. It's really a place where stories of trauma and resilience happen for a lot of folks. And for many parents and children, family court is a life-defining experience that shapes their stability and their futures. I just want to thank Tina.
Can you take some steps forward to the black lines, please?
Thank you so much for adopting this proclamation for November Family Court Awareness Month. There's a need for oversight in this and change in the family court system, and this is a very important first step to achieving those goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Okay. So, sorry. So proclamations. We had consent calendar next, but I'm wondering if we can take new business to try to, keep going with consent. So the city clerk's looking at me like, don't do that. So, I'm just wondering if it might make sense to try to get the new business element done and then back to consent. Is that okay with the council, or?
That's fine. I
Okay.
think we jump to 12A.
Sure. Okay. So we'll take item 12A, Republic Services Credit Memorandum of Understanding. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So I did not prepare a presentation for this. You all have the MOU in front of you. I just wanted to remind the council of a few items. Republic Service experienced a work stoppage between July 8th, 2025 and July 21st, 2025, causing service disruptions to several residents and Republic Services subscribers. The city issued Republic Services a notice of default in July of 2025, citing the penalty provisions in the Republic Services franchise agreement and demanding a credit to impacted subscribers. In response, Republic Services has offered a credit to impacted subscribers in the terms which are reflected in the attached MOU. As far as I understand, this is consistent with what has also been presented to multiple other cities that were also impacted. And we also have Sean from Republic Services, who is here and available to answer any questions. The MOU is in front of you, as well as the potential credits, which would then go back out to residential units for single-family dwelling units and multifamily dwellings with less than 5 units, the total being $68,517.21. And council can choose to either move forward with this MOU, at which point the credit will go back to the community, or can give us a different direction.
All right. Thank you, City Manager Young. Is there any questions from council?
Yeah, I know it's in the report, but if you can just address the discussions that you've had, that you're aware of, and with other city managers in other cities regarding this, and if you're aware of their agreement.
Absolutely. So Sean and I have had multiple conversations and multiple communications. I have, first off, we were discussing whether or not there could be a credit. And I will say, I know Sean had to go back to the corporate structure and ask for this as well. And I have asked for a few times for a different negotiated credit. As far as I understand, Republic Services wants it to be standardized with the other cities. San Pablo has approved of an extremely similar agreement about 2 weeks ago, if I recall correctly. And then I believe Richmond is also approving a similar agreement tonight. The other city managers and I have had conversations, and all of us were in agreement that a credit was due to the residents. I personally feel that I would have liked to have seen a larger credit. However, I also do understand Republic Services' viewpoint in that there's more to it than just the those 2 weeks they're not being serviced. There was still service. We still had the dumpsters that were put out, and there was still trash that had to be processed during those times. So this is the MOU that Republic Services feels comfortable giving to us. I felt that it was important to bring it to council for your review and determination of this, if you feel that this is something that should move forward.
I have another question on this. Our new franchise agreement includes a vehicle impact fee. And you and I had discussed whether or not that could be incorporated. And then I did have a brief discussion with Sean with Republic about the vehicle impact fee. And the idea is that we understand that trash was processed during this time. It just wasn't picked up, in front of our homes. However, since it wasn't picked up in front of our homes, I would think that it's reasonable that there be some kind of credit for the 2 weeks of vehicle impact fees that did not occur. And I understand that, there's interest in having parity in the MOU between all of the cities. And so I have discussed with Republic about how we might be able to get that credit to our citizens. And whatever motion is made here, I would like to have a follow-up that we allow Republic to waive 2 weeks of vehicle impact fee on future billing, rather than do a rebate, which it could be a logistical nightmare. But if there's a credit, a way that we can provide our citizens with a credit of the vehicle impact fee, we have control over that fee. So that's something I would propose that we look at.
Okay, any other, so we're just asking questions of staff and then have public comment, and then hopefully there'd be some discussion afterwards to formulate a motion. Is there any other council members that, so it looks like Mayor Sasai has his hand up.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can staff just explain for the public the exact formula that was used to calculate the weekly collection rate that determines the credit amount that we see in front of us here today?
So that wasn't a credit that was formulated by staff, but we could ask Sean if he might have some additional information on that.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, great.
Mayor, Council, Sean Moberg, Richmond Sanitary Service, Republic Services. Good evening. So to answer the question, yes, we formulated the credit amount, and we forwarded that information. It was an attachment. It's an exhibit in the MOU. You should have a copy as well for your review. Basically, because of the work stoppage, the sympathy strike, which was not due to our drivers going on strike, we had a number of days where we weren't able to actually put the trucks out on the road. So I took the liberty to look at the service levels that were missed, and we came to a conclusion that rather than 1 credit for a missed pickup, we would do 2 credits for a missed pickup. We use that same methodology for all of the services in West County. So this is identical in terms of the breakdown. There is a formula. It's fairly simple. First, we take the monthly rate, and it's based on the size of the container which you subscribe to, so $35, $65, $95. We remove the IRF fee. For those in the room or listening, the IRF fee is really the post-collection fee. So we take that and we remove that from the monthly rate. We then we have a service collection rate. We then remove the franchise fee from the collection rate to come to a final, what we call a service collection rate. And that's really what our charge reflects in terms of the truck not showing up. We did actually service Pinole as much as we possibly could throughout the entire time, but I was an advocate for this to try to give back the credits to the customers. A lot of this is just a history of long as I've been running the business for 25 years, the long-term negotiations and contracts that I've done over the years with Pinole, the respect of the residents, and I will say Pinole is one that's dear to my heart, simply because they've always been understanding and humbled and respectful to what we do on the street every day. At the end of the day, we take those 2 collection misses and we have a dollar amount attached, and they range anywhere from $32 all the way down to $10.34, or excuse me, $9.42 for the size of the cart. Tonight, I'm hoping that I can have council approve the credit, have the city manager execute the MOU, so then I can go back and go ahead and attach the credits and have these processed onto the invoices for all the resident customers, including the MFDs under 5, prior to December 31st, so we can move forward. And I would appreciate your support in that effort. So, any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thanks so much, General Manager. I did have a second question, and I know that City Manager, you've been engaged in these discussions with Public Services, and I know you mentioned in your comments on the staff on this staff report we have here that you've advocated for a higher credit amount. So would you mind letting us know what that credit amount that you were advocating for was, and where does this fall short?
Are you looking for the total credit amount that goes back, or are you looking for individual credit amounts to each of the different subscribers?
And this is a question for City Manager Young, actually. I know she mentioned, it's okay, advocating for a different credit amount. So just wondering, City Manager, if you can explain what that amount you were advocating for was.
So we never really settled on a specific amount. We talked about multiple potential options that may be able to come forward. And I was asking for something that would be more along the lines of exactly what somebody was seeing on their particular bill. But we were still leaving it fairly up in the air, trying to come up with different types of solutions. We were talking about if there could be potentially a credit coming back that could have some sort of community purpose, or if we could just look at a higher credit for the community. We also even talked about trying to see if we could include the vehicle impact fee in this, and as Councilmember Toms mentioned, this would probably need to be something that would come forward at a later date, should council be interested in pursuing that option.
Thanks so much for that answer. And I'm curious what folks on the council and also you, City Manager, have heard from residents. I've heard households reporting missing more than 2 service cycles, some only missing 1, some missing 2 exactly. And so how did the public determine that 2 missed pickups were the correct measure? And that's a question for either for General Manager or City Manager Young.
I'll go first. We took a lot of that in consideration. Obviously, we are well aware of the service times that we have with the City of Pinole, as well as all the other services that we provide in West County. So there were many services that weren't provided one time, and there were some that were 2. It's very difficult to say, in those trials and tribulations of trying to learn what to dispatch, who's going to go drive. We had to take a kind of a stab at it. I think 1 credit was probably not going to be the proper way to adjust that. I think 2 was reasonable. There has been individuals who have checked in with us. We do have GPS, so we're able to confirm GPS on a lot of our vehicles in service areas. We were able to do the best we could under the circumstances, but I think I took the liberty to land on 2 as a fair and equitable way for those in the midpoint, and I landed on that. I had to give my executive team a full briefing on why I thought a credit was important to give back to the customers, considering current conditions and requirements in our franchise agreement. They stood behind me. So 2 is where I ended. This has been a discussion that we've had multiple times over the course of the last couple of months. And we're coming down to the final moment here to try to figure out if I can get the support to be able to go ahead and provide some dollars back to those residents that were impacted with the fact that our truck wasn't able to show up for a couple dams.
Thank you, General Manager. I'll pass it back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you. So admittedly, I did not read every word of the contract that was part of the package, so pardon the question. But in the interest of avoiding a delayed period, should there be another work stoppage, not created by you, because this time it was a solidarity, how did you describe it? Solidarity?
It was solidarity. It was sympathy strike.
Sympathy strike, thank you. Is there a term in the contract that allows us to then recover, and that may not be the right term, similar credits that will be agreed upon at the time that the contract is signed? I'm prevention oriented, and that's where that's coming from. And also having heard a few exceptional calls for speedier response from the city, from some members of the public. So that may or may not be the tip of the iceberg, because many people do not, make their interests heard. But I'd like to minimize the amount of time that a city manager or staff would have to spend, as well as your time, if you're still the general manager at that point, should there be another work stoppage. And I don't know who that goes to.
Through the chair, I'm happy to comment on that. So the MOU has language that provides that this credit is essentially to cover the work stoppage and the impact to residents for the work stoppage, and they define work stoppage as July 8th, 2025 to July 21 of 2025. So this credit and our release essentially of any claims related to this work stoppage is limited to that period of time. So if there were any future work stoppages, any future strikes, we would have the same ability to seek recovery or credits from Republic Services for those incidents.
We will.
We will.
Okay. What comes to mind as you were saying that is that this contract is for a good amount of time. How many years?
15.
15, yes. So, yes, if we can have as much of the discussion and the details kind of covered for any future possibility. I'm hearing myself, for any future possibility. We cannot do that.
Okay.
We don't know what's going to come before us. But at least having had this experience, we've learned something. And I think perhaps if you can affirm, confirm, validate that indeed we're coming away with offering some credits to residents that seem to be fair. I'm in support of that. And then I have some comments to share with you. So
what, 1 second. So I know that there was the question of, does this kind of set the stage moving forward if there was another event? And that's kind of what I'm hearing from Councilmember Martinez Rubin. It's a question I had too. That's why I'm just clarifying.
Yeah, so through the chair, this is backwards looking. Maybe that's a good way to put it. So this is looking at the incident that occurred, the work stoppage that occurred from July 8th to July 21st. Anything forward looking, anything that happens in the future, we would be back at the table negotiating a credit, and it could be different terms, it could be identical, it would be a whole new negotiation.
And we could be in a different environmental, sustainability, political context as well, the way these things go. So I can understand that. Thank you for that. So the comments that I have to share with...
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, I'm wondering if we can get to the questions first and then jump into comments afterwards. Councilmember Murphy, sorry, but the screen's not showing. Did you have any comments, any questions?
Yeah, I mean, I just, obviously, given the circumstances of, and hello, Sean, good to see you and wish I was there in person. But given the circumstances of this issue, just wondering about how your conversations have gone with other cities. I mean, most of West County is dealing with this, with a similar issue, and just wanted to, I think you spoke to this agreement being fair and equitable, but again, just wanted to, if you can share what you can share, I mean, again, how is the process moving forward looking? And I would love your characterization of what comes next and how we move forward, because I think this is also, in some ways, this item is also a piece of closure for the city of Pinole too.
Absolutely, Council Deb. Yes. So really important for myself was to ensure that there was consistency across the board, not truly trying to treat any service area different. Simply everybody was impacted. So I have virtually done a roadshow for the most part, keeping things in line with the consistency. For instance, San Pablo passed this a couple weeks ago, the exact same MOU. They had a credit outlined. It went forth. It was a consent calendar. I went and did an open discussion, thanked them for their support as well. We collaborated a lot at San Pablo. San Pablo asked for some additionals as well, but with all due respect, I held my ground. I have so much latitude, not as much latitude, wanted to stay within the confines of the MOU, and they were appreciative of it, and it passed. I know that City Manager Kelsey had mentioned that Richmond was going tonight. Unfortunately, they did not go tonight. They are scheduled to go December 2nd. And that was a last-minute change of events, given the fact that some items couldn't get on the agenda due to some union negotiations going on at the city, so I understood. All of the affected service areas have the same MOU. I have not moved in any direction other than the credits that we have in front. I wanted to be very consistent with that process. Richmond will go with the same information. San Pablo has approved it. I hope tonight I can have support so we can approve this as well. The city of Hercules is very close to having closure, and I'm going to anticipate we'll see this on council probably in their December meetings as well. And West County, West County Contra Costa, they have the same information. I have not moved. There's been some small dialogue, and I'm expecting that to go to the Board of Supervisors before the end of the year.
And can you speak, I think I was muted, can you speak a little bit about moving forward? Obviously, you can't, invent the future, but just in terms of how you, see business moving forward, given, the circumstances that just happened, how you see things moving forward.
Yeah, look, I'm very proud of the service we provide, and, I do wish we were 100%. This was something that in my entire span of career of 45 years, I never thought I'd see it happen here in 25 years running Richmond Sanitary Service. But obviously I respect my partners, the Teamsters, their solidarity. I will say that I was contacted the morning of, very early, 3 o'clock in the morning, had 100 drivers outside the gate that couldn't get to work because there was one picketer from Stockton. And my call to the drivers was, don't put yourself in a position where you're going to put yourself setting wrong with your membership. So I respect that. Unfortunately, I needed to find a way to be able to move quickly to try to solve some of the problems we were faced with. I will say this, though. I've got a really keen amount of energy and effort, and I got to hand it to the city manager and the Public Works Department for Pinole. You talk about collaboration and effort working together to be able to satisfy all the special needs and certain services that needed to be provided for those that couldn't get it to the street, or hospitals. I personally drove for 9 days. As your general manager providing you services, I knew what needed to be done, and I got in the saddle and I drove and I serviced all of the areas that needed to be done to ensure that material got off the street for the safety and health part. But I will tell you that I was absolutely proud of our collaboration as a long-term service provider with the people that worked here at Pinole. In fact, I will say all of my relationships at each of the different cities were spot on. I mean, the team responded and we collaborated and we did something that we had not seen here in my entire time of 25 years, and I don't think it happened prior to my watch before that. What goes for the future? I believe that we can't control everything. It's just a matter of making sure that we're in front and we're having good negotiations. One thing that I'm proud about is I have negotiated every single union contract for Richmond Sanitary Service in 25 years. Their terms are usually 3 to 4 years. We have 3 different unions when it goes to customer service, the technicians, and the drivers. And in that entire time, in all those contracts, we've never had a work stoppage. None of our employees have ever gone on strike. And I don't expect them to. Many of those work and live within our own community, and they understand what service needs to be provided. This was a really a time that I never thought we'd experience, considering people flew in from out of state and from different communities to come and put a hardship on all of us, all the residents, all the commercial businesses. But we responded in a very positive way, and I'm proud of everybody that I was in contact with. Public Works, city manager, outstanding communication, and we were able to get through this without too many bumps in the road. And it's my feeling that I do believe that we do owe a few bucks back to the residents for some of the hardships we put them in. So I could probably talk forever, and I won't.
Well, thank you so much, and that does conclude my questions. Back to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. I had one question. When we look at the total number of dollars going back to the community, do you have a total number that you could share with the public? I know that it might be $35 to $9 per household, but what is the, total commitment that Republic would be making?
Yeah, so looking at the total resident base along with those multifamily dwellings under 5,
right.
The total dollar amount that's actually gathered is just about $69,000.
I see. Okay.
And that will be brought back to every resident for the service or the subscription levels that they have.
Understood. Okay. All right. So we'll take public comment and then come back to council for comments.
Thank you.
Public comment?
Yes, we have 2 public commenters, Irma Report and Rafael Menes.
Good evening, Mayor, council, staff, and public. I believe I spoke to Sean the last time you were here. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Mayor, and my desire, or if we could, since we do, they're going to give us a total amount of, $68,000 for credit. I lived here in Pinole for 50 years, again, let me repeat, and we used to have what they used to call neighborhood dumpster day. And for some reason, the city did away with it because they weren't being monitored very well around the neighborhood. And I asked him if we could talk about it and maybe put in the contract, try it 1 year to see how it goes. The dumpsters in the neighborhood are so much better. And I'm not trying to take away the dumpster that you have once a year at Pinole Valley. But I'm saying the neighborhood dumpsters would be nice. At least try it for 1 year, see if it works. And because a lot of my neighbors, we have twice a year that 15-bag free pickup. A lot of them don't use it. They don't need it. I have a half acre. I could use probably 3 more. But what I'm saying is maybe if it's possible, do a one-time 15 and the one for the neighborhood. if we could talk about it, I would appreciate it, and I think they would please a lot of citizens, especially at our age. I don't have a truck. I can't go down to Pinole Valley, and I would appreciate if we could do a 1-year trial, and see how it can work out. I really appreciate it, especially for people older like myself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Raphael Mess, resident of Pinole, and I have 2 comments on this item. First off, I went ahead and ran the numbers for if we just went ahead and basically did the $268 franchise fee and multiplied that out by the 5,848 total basically subscribers split across the various different categories. So that would be an additional $15,672.64 by my calculation. And the IRRF surcharge is more complicated because that varies by subscriber type. So I haven't finished calculating that one. But my question to council is, given that Republic Services trucks weren't, for the most part, undertaking the activity that triggered the franchise fee, they weren't on the streets causing the strain that generated a nexus for the fees, who would be responsible for repaying that franchise fee? Would it be Republic Services, even though they were undertaking the actions that led to the fee nexus, or would it be the city of Pinole providing that refund? And if it was the city of Pinole providing that refund, from what source would it be refunding that money? Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other, thank you for that comment. Do we have any other public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm checking online. It does not look like we have any more comments for this item.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to council and then any comment or motion.
Okay. Just to finish my thoughts, among the comments that you heard during the work stoppage, they're not always very pleasant, but I want to tell you that the people at the reception responded to a call I made. It just so happened that I needed a bulk pickup, and it didn't happen, so that was deferred. And rather than having an additional fee or a fee at all, it was waived. So I thought that was the right thing to do as well, and I don't think you hear very much about those kinds of circumstances. So that's what I wanted to share with you, that story. And related and a little humorous, and I remember writing Chief Calhoun about this. Don't know if you're still experiencing this, but I had requested one of the smaller trash bins. And it so happened that the new pickup, the new trucks, were losing them on the way into their big container. And so it was a case of the disappearing small bin. But again, at calling Republic Services, come to find out that was the cause, and I received a replacement the next day. So that level of service, I think, also has to be mentioned. It may or may not specifically be included in our contract. It may be a service that you just provide because that's the culture that you've helped foster. And if so, thank you for that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any comments from, we can't see the screen, but Councilmember Murphy or Mayor Sasai?
They don't have hands raised, it looks like.
Okay. Councilmember Thomas?
No, I'd be ready to make a motion that we approve the MOU and the credit to the subscribers for the work stoppage, and delegate authority to the city manager to finalize the terms and execute the MOU.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion?
Unrelated to that would be a different motion related to the impact fees. Got it.
Right. So we're making one motion and then impact fee?
No, they would have to be separate. That would have to be outside of the MOU.
Very good, okay. So we have a motion to approve the MOU by Councilmember Toms, second by Councilmember Martinez Rubin. If we get a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, and then I have a second motion that we direct the city manager or designee to work with Republic Services on crediting the vehicle impact fee for a 2-week period on future bills. And that those funds would would typically be paid to the city. So it's revenue that the city would not receive. It's not an expenditure. It's just, it would reduce our revenue.
So through the chair, if I'm to understand, it would not be a reimbursement, but it would rather be a not charging or imposing or levying
Correct.
the impact fee for a period of time.
And I did have a conversation with the general manager about the best way to approach that idea, and he suggested that not billing for a future cycle is much cleaner than rebating a past bill.
Okay, and by cleaner, pun intended, we mean administratively also, less effort required to do that.
Yeah.
And more ease. Okay, thank you for explaining that. Would you like to repeat the motion?
That we direct the city manager or designee to work with Republic Services on waiving the charge equal to 2 weeks' worth of vehicle impact fees for customers.
I'll second.
Okay, we had a motion and second. Is there any comment, discussion? Okay, so
Yes, just Mayor Pro
yeah,
Tem.
Councilmember Murphy.
Yep, with this, in terms of the motion, it sounds great. The conversation we've had tonight, I think our goal, or what I've heard at least, is we just want, we certainly want residents to avoid some of the extra costs during the time of service failure, but also just helping to restore trust and goodwill. That being said, I do want to make sure, just in terms of process, I understand how this is going to come back. Is this, like tonight I'm seeing an MOU on record, and so can the city manager or staff speak to, if this were to pass, what next steps would be, so that I understand and really the residents understand process a bit more?
I think it would probably make sense to come back to council so that then if this motion passes, then staff would work with Republic Services and come up with exactly how much that of a credit that would, I mean, or it's not really a credit, a reduction in the fee would look like coming forward. And that way we can showcase that and explain, as well as explain the amount of revenue that would not be moving forward to the city. And that way everything can just be fully transparent. So most likely that could come forward either in December or early January.
Fantastic. I want to make sure that residents do see immediate and visible benefit. I recognize that the MOU approval probably is the best way to do that, but I just do, speaking to this motion, I do want to make sure that the city is focused on ensuring that our residents actually understand, again, the benefits, whether it's a rebate or credit, I'm not sure, but just hearing out the motion sounds good. I just, just having an understanding of that better process sounds good. So I'm hearing that either basically a form of an MOU, another MOU would come in front of the council for at a future date, and the rest of this year, or Q1 of 2026.
I'm not sure if it would need to be a full MOU, but some sort of way to memorialize and formalize this process.
Like a side letter.
Fantastic.
A side
Thank you,
letter or
City
something. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Yeah.
Okay, if there are any other comments, all right, we'll have a motion and second. We'll go to roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, so we'll move to item new business. We're on item 12B, approval of memorial renaming Bayfront Park and sign installation.
Did we want to go back to the agenda?
Well, yeah, but they're right there.
Oh, they're
I'm
not,
thinking-
they're on another item.
Old business, 11A.
Sorry, 1 second. Okay, look at, I'm on 12, we were on 12A, right?
And we didn't do the consent calendar either.
I know. What I'm wondering is if we do, oh, okay. Hold on a second. You guys are 11A,
Yes.
and we just did 12A. There's 12B right there. We could just keep going. and
They're
finish
right there too.
Okay,
Through the
maybe
mayor,
we should go back.
I would just, if we can decide on an ordering, just for the folks that may be watching from home, and then
Right.
just follow, that would be my recommendation.
In my mind, I'd like to just close out 12B, and then we're done with 12. Is that cool?
Sounds good, Mayor Pro Tem Dave.
Because we'd have to jump back, and yeah, that wouldn't work, right? Okay.
12B
thanks.
sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So for ordering, just for, so that I can announce for the clarity for the public, we are going to go to 12B, followed by 11A, and then we'll do the consent calendar.
That sounds good.
Wonderful, thank you.
Cool. So, yeah, if we could have the report, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, my colleagues, and my neighbors. I'm going to take just one moment while I share my screen. Thank you for your patience. Okay. My name is Fiona Epps. I'm the Communications Director for the City of Pinole, and just want to make sure everybody can see my screen online.
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. I'm here to present to you an application that was submitted on behalf of the Pinole Valley High School Native American Student Union to approve that was recommended to approve a memorial renaming Bayfront Park in honor of the Ohlone. The recommendation that we're presenting today is to adopt the resolution approving the application for naming and dedication of city facilities to rename Bayfront Park in honor of the Ohlone and install a memorial sign. Council approval today would authorize staff to rename Bayfront Park to Rukush Park, procure signage reflecting the new park name and educational interpretation, reallocating Measure S funds from parks operations, and coordinate an unveiling and dedication event in partnership with the Pinole Valley High School Native American Student Union and Forensic Speech and Debate Club and tribal members of the Nations of Liz John. And before I move forward, I just want to give a quick review on what, for those who might be watching who are not familiar with our city memorial policy. This was a policy that was approved in 2020. It is a process in which members of the public can submit an application to the city with a request to memorialize some oftentimes a loved one, or rename a city facility in honor, in memory of somebody or a group. So I want to give a brief background. On September 5th at the council meeting in 2023, council referred the Ohlone memorialization request to the Committee on Memorials. In early 2024, there was a parallel student-led advocacy happening by Pinole Valley High School, Native American Student Union, and the Forensic Speech and Debate Club. In April 23rd of 2024, the Committee on Memorials met to identify next steps that would help support the students' mission to rename Bayfront Park. And then a month later, the Committee on Memorials met with the stakeholders to discuss advancing their renaming mission through the city's memorial policy. And then on June 18th, 2025, Ms. Lamons Rayford submitted an application for naming and dedication of city facilities to the city of Pinole. Then on September 12th, 2025, the Committee on Memorials recommended that application to bring to City Council for approval consideration. And the proposal is to rename Bayfront Park to Rukush Park. Rukush is the Chochenyo word for tule, which is a plant that is found in abundance on Pinole shores. It has cultural significance. There is environmental importance to this plant, and it is, like I mentioned, found in abundance in this area. And I just wanted to highlight the youth efforts. These were photos that were sent to me by Ms. Michelle Lamons Rayford. She's the faculty lead for the Native American Student Union, Forensic Speech and Debate Club, and the African American Student Union. And here they are in our chambers over the years. The intended impacts that they highlighted in their application were to honor the Ohlone heritage, educate the community, uplift student-led equity efforts, and it also reinforces ongoing city and school district Indigenous recognition. Park signage and interpretive board. So staff have taken a look at the existing sign there, and it is in good condition. We have discussed a new panel could be added to the face of the sign. High-density urethane is recommended for durability and aesthetics. And a weatherproof interpretive board was also discussed in the subcommittee meetings to explain the cultural significance of tule. In your packet, there is recommended verbiage that was submitted by Ms. Karina Gold about what they would like to have said on that interpretive board. And the designs will follow city branding and park signage standards. If this is approved, staff would proceed with selecting a vendor that meets the city's criteria for quality, aesthetics, and cost. So the envisioned dedication activities based on the tribal partners were to do some string making, abalone bead crafting, tule boat building and launching, and to have speaking roles for the tribe elders and student advocates. And this would be dedication activities that would take place during the unveiling of the new sign. Implementation and coordination. So the vendor chosen would provide the design, the fabrication, and installation services for the new park signage. City staff are prepared to support installation and the event. We would update regional mapping services, and we anticipate that implementation of coordinating the signage and the event itself could be done with minimal disruption. So there is, Ms. Lamons-Rayford had expressed that there is broad community support for this application and for the renaming of Bayfront Park. They are endorsed by the Native American Student Union, the Forensic Speech and Debate Team, the African American Student Union, the Indo-Pak Student Union. This is the Indonesian and Pakistani Student Union, American Sign Language Program, and teachers, staff, and community members. This was explained in their application. The fiscal impact for approval of this application, the estimated signage cost, depending on the type of materials, is $11,000 to $17,000. Those were cost estimates obtained to do the design, the fabrication, and the installation. And the range is accounted for different materials. For example, we had requested quotes for a simple aluminum sign that doesn't have texture. It's a printed colored sign. And then we also got estimates for the HDU, which is the high density urethane sign, which has the nice kind of texture wood grain look to it. And then we also received quotes for cedar panel that has the texture. So that would be at the higher end at the $17,000. Funding would be reallocated from Measure S 2014 Parks Operations budget. So if this was approved and we were to procure the sign, this funding would be taken away from the existing Parks Operations budget. So that's something to be noted here. And then there is no new fiscal impact from the application approval. So I'm going to circle back for council consideration. Council approval would authorize staff to rename Bayfront Park to Rukush Park, approving this application. Procure signage reflecting the new park name and educational interpretation, reallocating Measure S funds from Parks Operations, and would direct staff to coordinate an unveiling and dedication event in partnership with the students and the tribal members of the nations of Lisjan. And I also wanted to note that the subcommittee members are Mayor Cameron Sassai and Councilmember Devin Murphy. I did not mention them in this presentation, but wanted to note that they are the subcommittee members who helped move this forward to bring it to council today.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, and we'll move to questions from council. We'll go to Mayor Sassai first.
Thanks so much, Director Epps, for the presentation, and it was a joy to work with you and Councilor Murphy on this project, and with the applicant and the Ohlone community to move forward this recommendation. First question here is, and I mentioned this throughout the subcommittee, but I worked with Councilor Martinez-Rubin on a subcommittee to approve, and also with you to approve the new city seal and our branding guidelines. And as we think about how we revitalize and sort of modernize signage in our community, do we have any sort of standardized policies in terms of park signage at this point in time?
Yes, we do. I've been informed that the Community Services Department does have park signage standards. So if we were to move forward with this, we would likely merge our branding standards with the Community Services park signage standards to come up with something that is beautiful and in line with the overall city standards for parks. Did you want to?
Thanks so much. I haven't personally seen those design standards from that department just yet, but I'd be curious to see it. So I'll just pass it back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Murphy, do you have any questions for staff?
He might not have heard you because of your mic was off.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, sorry about that.
Back to you.
Sorry, Councilmember Murphy, did you have any questions for staff?
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Director Epps, for your work on this. Shout out to the students at Pinole Valley High School who have been tremendous advocates. I know Ms. Lehman's oftentimes sponsors those student groups, but we've gotten emails and phone calls and Instagram messages from those students, and just wanted to shout them out for what has really been a 2-year initiative and 2-year work plan to make this possible. And so thank you, Director Epps, for noting the exceptional youth that have been a part of this effort. And of course, thank you, Ms. Lamans, if you're watching, for your leadership in fostering and cultivating the leadership development ecosystem of those young people. I just had one question that was not discussed amongst the subcommittee, and just wanted to ask staff about the Measure S 2014 Parks operation. Can you explain and elaborate a bit more about that funding mechanism and what that would be used for alternatively if this were approved? If this were not to be approved and brought forth to the council, what would that $11,000 to $17,000 appropriation in park operations be used for?
Good evening, Director Dwyer, Community Services Department. So those funds are allocated for park usage. So there are things that we are working on, such as improvements to our parks, whether it's obtaining more wood chips, whether it's fixing some of our playground structures, whether it's our community events. So those are allocated dollars that we utilize for recreation resources. Are they specifically allocated to a specific project right now? No, we are working through other high priority areas. So it is in a recreation budget for that, but we do have them allocated substantially for other improvements that we have earmarked. So these dollars would be removed from those improvements or services and then allocated towards replacing the sign. Signage is something throughout this city that we are looking at as well. It just wasn't earmarked through these funds, but it is something that we would be looking at in the near future because many of them, similarly, our dog park and other signs do need to get replaced. So this is one that also would have been looked at in the future, but we're just doing it a little bit sooner than later. Does that answer?
Fantastic. So Director Dwyer, and I see Director Guillory online as well. What I'm hearing from you is that this appropriation in some ways is a contingency amount that's not necessarily dedicated to one project at this point. Is that correct?
In my mind, funds are always allocated for a recreation purpose, but you are absolutely correct. They're not towards a project that needs to be completed right now. If anything, it's something that we can reallocate at a later time, but it is something that it's recreation based. So as long as it's utilized for recreation services is how it's earmarked in our budget, and Director Guillory can definitely chime in if requested, but you are absolutely correct. It is not assigned to one specific item that we would then say this project would not happen in lieu of this sign. It would just be as they are, as the projects do arise, those were dollars that were allocated to use when we have to increase our budget. For example, our holiday tree lighting will be going over in expenditures because we need to increase some of our safety protocols that we're going to use, and some of those funds were going to be utilized from this budget. So those kinds of things we'll have to be just more cautious on as we move forward.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Director Guillory, did you have a statement there? Or?
I did not. I agree with Director Dwyer on her summary.
Fantastic, thank you. The only other question I had was, so I just wanted to clarify because what I'm hearing from Director Epps as well is there are design guidelines for our parks. Where are those, and how can we as the council gain access to those? I don't know if they're in or are they in our municipal code, or we find, where would we find those?
Those were established when our branding guidelines became established. The Community Services Department has a process that we are utilizing as we move forward. What I did here in Mayor Sasai's request was a potential to add it to our a couple of subcommittees and just making sure that we can get that to the council, in front of the council. It sounds like you guys may have not had the opportunity to see them. They do exist, in just making sure that our Public Works Department also and the new staffing that we have aligns with the visibility, the way that they are developed, and then making sure that once we go about doing the new signs, that would come in front of City Council. But
Fantastic.
we can do those sooner rather than later, absolutely.
Yeah, I want to just be very direct in stating that when the council, it's my opinion that when the council approved our community engagement plan and moved forward with a new seal and new branding guidelines, that those were to be utilized throughout our entire agency. It's for multiple reasons, but one of them is just uniformity and ensuring, clarity amongst every department. And certainly in this endeavor, I think this is important for us to really, this project is important for the city to own. And so I just want to make sure that the work that we've done and specifically the money that we've invested to align with a very, very beautiful and strategic and also thoughtful brand for our city. I want to center that process, particularly because I'm now hearing two council members who at least don't see or haven't seen the park's branding guidelines. I just want to make sure that I think the best option is for us to move towards the city's and the council's adopted branding guidelines, if that makes sense. And I just want to make sure staff can make that commitment today.
They are the branding guidelines. So I just want to say the fonts, everything that is identified in the branding, it's the style in which the fonts and it matches the branding guidelines. So what community services did after those were reviewed and approved is use that as we would do our signs in the park. It's just at night, and then visibility wise, we made sure that they were going to all be the same, not different signs at different parks. But yes, they are absolutely aligning with our current branding guidelines. The fonts, the styles, that's all in alignment with our city logos. That's all in alignment with the current branding guidelines. There is not a set of other marketing for them. They are those guidelines as they pertain to outdoor signs at the parks.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that clarity. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any, Councilmember Toms, any questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin, please.
Yes, thank you. Director Dwyer, you mentioned earlier that some of the funds, although not specifically dedicated to a particular projects come up in your department. You still mentioned possibly fixing playground equipment as an example. So will there be any playground equipment that will be unsafe because it isn't fixed in a timely manner? I can think of, and this may have already been taken care of, but the skate park, there were some ramps, something was going on there. Don't know whether that came to fruition and it's taken care of. And that, so maybe you can answer that one for me.
The skate park is not fixed at this time. Those dollars are not allocated to have that done at this time, nor is that project ready to be reviewed at this time. It's not in our current list. But this signage wasn't allocated specifically to the skate park. So these dollars were in the Measure S funding. So those are things that we would evaluate, but it's not something that we were immediately ready to do at this time.
So readiness then is the issue.
Yeah, staffing capacity at this time with Public Works, ourselves, vendors, project timelines. We are actively going through our fields right now and our field maintenance period. So we're using all of our resources to really attack our fields and maintain them from now until February. So when we've not yet allocated the time to go through for each park and see those, but we have identified some areas that needed, for example, additional wood chips, and we did pull it from those funds. That's why I mentioned that one.
Thank you. So staff time, it has been brought up again and again, not only at now, but other times, other instances. So what had this particular project, what made this rise to a point where time was dedicated?
For the skate park?
No, to address it. Is because other staff are involved, because communications manager is involved?
Are you referring to the skate park ramps or to the sign?
Attention to this, to approving the memorial application and bringing a potential project to be implemented and involve Public Works and involve your time. What made it what allowed it to, what fostered, what helped, what enhanced, what helped bring it to fruition now rather than attend to some of the matters that have been in the books because of safety concerns?
You know what, when we receive a memorial application, there really is no defined timeline most of the time. In the case of this application, it was, 2 years kind of in the making. The students were advocating for this, and then, some months later, they finally submitted an application after they were able to coordinate with the tribal members on their ideas for the renaming of the park. And so I'll kind of take some steps back to explain the way that we review these applications and how they're moved forward. So when we receive an application, it comes into the city manager's office. The city manager is the first one to review it, and then we'll recommend it, to move forward to city staff. So depending on what that application is, we will run it through the other departments. We will run it through the subcommittee and ask for their recommendations on what next steps there might be, what other stakeholders, what are their further considerations, what other information they might need. And then, so this just happened to kind of come to fruition through the summertime. The application was submitted in June. We've consulted with staff. Public Works and Community Services has been given the opportunity to provide their input on the signage. And with the installation of the sign, was received information from Public Works that because the sign is being installed by the vendor, they wouldn't need to do the installation of the sign. That cost would be covered in the cost that we would pay to the vendor. And then, the students have expressed that there's no specific timeline that they're looking for. They just want to see this move forward at some point, is what Ms. Lamons-Rayford had expressed to me. Now, with the funding, this came up when we were developing the staff report and trying to identify where this funding would come from. And so this is where these issues and concerns came up from the Community Services Department. So we just wanted to make that clear that if we were to move forward, that it would be funds that are there and currently in the budget, but we were just being sensitive to the fact that we wanted to provide you all with the information that they would be reallocated from another department's budget.
Right.
If I can also, I think into that 2023, when I looked at Director Epps's timeline, there was also a request by council, which also supported the renaming process, and I see Councilmember Murphy nodding to that. But so I believe when that started, this almost supplemented that, and so it was city staff's understanding that this was to come forward, that this was almost, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. Bell Spears, that this was a agenda item that needed to move forward. And so I think this coupled in with the support of the memorial application, and so it looked as though for city staff it needed to come forward. So that is exactly what all of our departments did move forward with. And using Measure S funds, and something else that we had discussed was potentially adding dollars for a memorial program fund, so that way they wouldn't be removed from another department, was part of the conversation. But these are funds allocated toward recreation, and at the end of the day, a park sign is of course part of a recreation service and program, so it fits. It's really the only area that it would fit, and so that's why we're tapping in today.
Okay, thank you. So elsewhere in other cities, and I think also here, some of the parties interested in having something happen have offered either labor or have offered materials to help offset the cost that the city would incur. Did any of the groups and, quote, stakeholders and community members that support this project have an offer of that type, whether in time, labor, or otherwise, to have the signage, the renaming and the signage happen?
I have not received an offer for this particular application. They're students, and they haven't offered to provide, anything as far as monetary that goes towards the sign. I think that the tribal members have offered to play a large role in the dedication event that would be happening. There are still details that need to be worked out with the stakeholders and with regard to cost for that. If it, based on the description that they're providing, it sounds like it would be a smaller expense to the city to put on an event like this. And so there are some special department expenses in the city manager's budget that could go towards supporting some of the smaller costs associated with this event. But like Director Dwyer said, I think that, and this has been something that the Memorial Subcommittee has discussed as well, is that it is, time. This memorial policy was approved in 2020, and after we've been through this with several different applications, some of them do offer to donate the entire structure and the labor. For example, we have the application that was approved, that was submitted by Bob Kopp to install a redwood plaque in Pinole Valley Park. So there's that example, but then there are others that are absorbed by, there's no proposal by the applicant to pay or donate any part of the structure or renaming of the memorial. And so it is on the staff to kind of, try to find where we can fund those as, duty to the public and trying to help them move forward with their application for memorializing a loved one or an important advocacy. So, we have talked about revising the memorial policy, adding budget to next year's fiscal year budget to try to offset these costs and try to anticipate, but it can be challenging sometimes because we just don't know what's going to be submitted. It's really kind of random in nature. So hopefully that gives you more understanding of what.
Well, I can appreciate the explanation. What I understand is that most of the advocates have been students and are young and don't necessarily see themselves contributing more than their advocacy time to this. And that's all fine and well. I would request that staff, in going back to the different groups involved, request that the involvement of these very young people and any other community members and the tribal representatives as well be involved to enhance their goals, not only to have an intergenerational event occur one time, which would be the dedication, but to foster improved relationships here in our own city between the tribes and people who are not of the tribes, and foster intercultural exchange, to consider being involved throughout the year with another organization here in the city or other organizations, other nonprofits that would love to have a relationship with those groups. So I can think of the Pinole Historical Society, and I can think of the Pinole Artisans. There are some ways in which those two organizations help foster cultural exchange, intergenerational activities that benefit the community overall in the interest of trying to do, I think, what the instructor.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. I know this is good content, but we were trying to get questions and then public comment and then have discussion afterwards. I know that it seems like there's a lot that you wanted to add. I'm just wondering if you could.
There isn't a lot. I can wrap it up. But the interest is, I would request then that the staff help facilitate. They also see it as part of a responsibility to help facilitate those intergenerational, intercultural exchanges, so that we don't have groups simply doing things within those groups. Right? Thank you.
And I don't want to speak for them because they're not here. Ms. Lamons-Rayford informed me they're doing a packing care boxes for the high school's food drive that they're doing tonight, so they're not able to be here, but I think that they would be open to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's great content. I'm just the structure-wise of the questions and then comments. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I didn't mean to interrupt or interject. It was just trying to keep the structure.
Good flowing.
So the only question that I had was, when we do how many applications did you actually receive from 2023 to now, and what would that number look like? I know that's if it's one, two.
I'm gonna no, this year we have received quite a few. There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 applications received this year. The year before that, I would average it's between 2 and 5 per year is what I've seen since I've been here.
So it wouldn't be unreasonable to entertain these applications and then move them to the committee. I think it's just when we see funding for next budget cycle, might be what we need to establish. I mean, just because I think there's that delta that was there for, was it 11,000 to 17,000? So would you recommend that amount or moving forward?
If council directed us to do something about bringing forth a memorial budget, then we would be able to prepare that for the fiscal year 26-27 and bring that forth for you to review.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so do we have any public comment?
We do, thank you. Irma Ruport.
Again, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Fiona, for all the work, and thank all the community support with all the support of the union of the students coming in forth to want to get involved. This is so nice to see our students coming in and getting involved. I hope to think that we get more involvement from our students. It would be great. And I strongly recommend this name change. And to think that we do have a lot of heritage and history in the city, and that we appropriately define all our roles, that we are all included in this. We are all in it together and not separate, and make sure that the students know that they are invited to come back and offer, again, their support, their involvement. And I like it. I really do. Let's get our youth back in our city government, in our community, and get them more involved, because they're our future. So thank you, Fiona, for everything that you've done. Thank you, Council. Let's pass this.
Thank you for your comments. Any
Yes.
next commenter?
Thank you, Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, members, public. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole, and I support this motion. I think that renaming Bayfront Park to Rukush Park is a good way to signal our connection to the past, build more connections with the tribes, as the city's been trying to do through its environmental justice element and through, various policies it's been working towards over the past several years. I did note, however, the comment by an earlier speaker, even outside of this segment, the desire to sort of maintain a connection to the history of the prior backers of this site. So what I'm wondering is, would it be possible to have a segment or a bench or some sort of sub-memorial that could recognize, I'd argue, Peter Murray and Jack Meehan directly for their work towards building up the site, rather than having it just be Rukush-Bayfront, because the people who don't know the city, just having it be Rukush-Bayfront doesn't tell you anything about who backed Bayfront in the first place, whereas having the names of people who are directly involved on a bench or something would be a way to, recognize them more directly than just having the old name be part of the new name, in my opinion. And finally, I think that it's not necessarily reasonable to expect every applicant to the city for a memorial item to provide the same level of support. Some applicants are, because of their material resources or their time resources, going to be able to provide the time or the materials to create and implement an item, and other applicants are not. So the city might choose to have that be a factor in the Memorial Committee's assessment process, but I don't think that should be a decisive factor, because we want to encourage student bodies and other people without necessarily the resources to pay for an entire memorial on their own to advocate for ways that they want to see things memorialized and implemented in the community. I think it's great that the student groups at Pinole Valley High School went out of their way to advocate for this, to come to council meetings, to work to make this happen. Because we've had in the past the discussions around the city steel. People say, oh, we're speaking on behalf of the students, and we think they wouldn't like that. Well, here we have the students speaking on behalf of themselves, learning how to organize, learning how to communicate what they desire, and pushing for that. And I think that's something that, as a matter of public policy, the city should encourage and seek to see more of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Next comment.
Yes, we have an online commenter.
Yes, Anthony Vosbrink.
Yes, my name is Anthony Vosbrink, longtime member of the Pinole community, over 50 years. I'd like to ask on behalf of myself and other people that attend parks, whether it's Bayfront Park, the dog park, Pinole Valley Park, were other financial avenues explored? Like, could we get some kind of partial grant to do part of that sign program memorial there? If not just the sign, isn't there something else we could do to dress up the park in line with the requests for hardened security that many members of our city have asked for down in that specific area, with the onset in the last few months, exactly the end of May, where that couple was brutally attacked and the lady lost her life there on that park trail. Granted, it was over there by the RV storage lot, right by the railroad track on the along the creek of that park. I think they could, Mayor Sasai should and maybe other members of the council should consider putting in some lighting in that parking lot that would highlight the park, as well as serve two purposes with getting the security heightened over there. Because right now they got all kinds of lights. It looks like a carnival inside the wastewater treatment plant / public works admin building, but nothing along the outer rim of the park or the center of the park, nothing in the parking lot. After 6, 7 o'clock at night, it's pitch black there. And people go there after work to walk their dogs, run the trail, ride their bikes, and what have you.
Sir, you have 45 seconds.
I think we can get solar lights over there, at least 2 or 3 of them in the parking lot, and be able to do that. And I'd like to find out more about the city park signage standards, because out at the dog park, they still have that one big old sign, and several other parks with the old phone number of the city of Pinole, which is a dead number, right at the Pinole Dog Park. They need to black that out and put an updated phone number on there. We've been asking for years as well. And I don't think we have a wildlife issue there, or the public down into the parking lot with lights and wildlife. The only wildlife around there are pigeons and some seagulls.
Thank you for your comments. And next speaker.
That concludes the public comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for comment and potential motion. Councilmember Martinez.
Okay, this is a combination question and comment.
Okay, question and comment.
So, because I'm not certain that I have an answer to this, is it feasible to have the a new name, the Chochenyo? Did I say that correctly? Name and the Native American name, and then in parentheses, Bayfront Park. I don't know if that's practice in such parks where new naming has occurred, or if it is best indeed to just start anew and thus introduce it. So I just don't know. But I think having, I can't help to think about, yes, honoring original inhabitants of the area and culture and ancestry, while at the same time memorializing the I don't even know what word to use. I don't want to say the original name, but the initial name, the adopted name, the Americanized name, the anglicized name, I don't know, the Bayfront Park name. So, yeah. Sorry, one more comment. I say that being bicultural and working and having lived in multicultural settings, where it's not one or the other, if we know that there are representatives of different groups, be they language, or their primary language, or be they cultural. Bayfront Park is almost generic and encompasses many, many groups, and without, and then the other new name, the Native American name, would perhaps be highlighted, made bigger, font perhaps in a color that stands out more because that's the new name. So design-wise, I can see both elements be part of that.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
I think that could be incorporated into the interpretive board. That could be a good place to put that information.
Wonderful.
Mayor Sasai, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and I want to thank Councilor Martinez-Rubin for her comments there. I do empathize with, I think, that suggestion, that viewpoint. When we originally got the application in from Ms. Lehman's Rayford for students, they were pushing to rename sorry, it looks like I have notification here on Zoom. They're pushing to rename this park to Bayfront Ohlone Park originally. And with consultation from the Ohlone leaders, I know one person was Karina Gould, who was on the call with us, totally went in a different direction and emphasized that we should rename it Rukush Park because of the sort of vegetation that has been present in that area of that park for the longest time. And I sort of wrestled with that as well, which is, I love the name Bayfront Park. Maybe we can do Bayfront Ohlone Park, Bayfront Rukush Park. But I think at a certain point, I knew that their input is incredibly valuable. Renaming this park, memorializing this renaming is the least that we can do, given the history of their group and their history of them being present here in Pinole. So while I would love to combine those names, I do have to honor and lean on their expertise and their lived experiences to move this forward. I do like Director Epps' recommendation of somehow explaining the history of Bayfront Park as well in the interpretive interactive board. I think that's a great way to educate the public in terms of the history of what was in this area before, even 20 years before, and now presently. So I would love to see that included in the interpretive board as well. But overall, I just want to say thank you to staff, Director Epps, for her thoughtful work on engaging our community partners about this process, and really appreciate the care that went into this recommendation. That said, I am concerned that we don't have the final designs here with us tonight, as well as the design standards for park signage as well. But I still do want to move this forward at this moment. So I want to move to approve the staff recommendations to rename Bayfront Park to Rukush Park, procure the necessary signage and interpretive elements, and coordinate the unveiling event contingent upon the Memorial Subcommittee's review and approval of the final signage and interpretive board in compliance with our city signage guidelines.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion?
Yes, I appreciate staff's suggestion about including some of the name history on the interpretive board. So don't know whether that motion includes that. It wasn't specifically included, so if necessary, could we do that?
I'll accept the amendment to the motion to include the history of the name Bayfront Park as some part of the interpretive board.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are doing an amendment on the first time I'm running a meeting. Was it a no, it's just an amendment
was
to
an
the original
amendment.
motion. Okay.
I'm happy to second that amended motion.
Okay, so are we cool for roll call? Okay, thanks. Roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Toms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. That is the end of item B. Okay, I'm looking at City Clerk Bell Spears. How should we go back to item 9? I don't know, guys. I'm asking. What's the best way to handle that?
I believe we announced we were going to do the next item and then go back to consent. So we have
Okay.
our staff ready to present for 11A.
11A. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Lily Whalen, your Community Development Director, and I'm pleased to have with me this evening Jared Murdy. He is our housing fellow with the Partnership for the Bay's Future, and he has an update on our rental health and safety program tonight.
All right. So, thank you all so much for having me. In your packets, you'll find we are presenting some administrative regulations to the inspection program that we would love to get approved to move forward the program's development. Next slide.
Do you want to just move to?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we can provide a brief refresher, and then we'll be moving along to slide 15 after this to move forward with the progress update, look at some of the engagement that we've conducted in the past couple months, then at the actual administrative regulations, discuss the business license renewal for this upcoming year, then look at a timeline before presenting some administrative regulations we hope to bring in January to really finalize things and get the program off its feet. So if we can move to slide 15, I believe is next. Yes, perfect. So just for that quick refresher, this program was codified in 2006. In 2008, there was a reduction in staffing capacity due to the recession. Since then, the program is operated at a limited capacity. We intend to update it in order to improve it, incorporate spatial data analysis and program software that are now available, and then also bring it up to the adequate staffing capacity to run it effectively. Since we last spoke, site development and data transfer have begun with our software developer through the implementation contract that we have with them. It's estimated that the platform will be ready to go in late January to mid-February. And we have conducted research and community input over the past couple months. This is some preliminary work engaging stakeholders and then some work that we've been doing around some specific things brought up by council. Next slide. So one of those council bullet points was around decarbonization, and we have some exciting pieces that we're hoping to incorporate moving forward. First will be tracking efficiency upgrades. This will be a really helpful metric for advocacy and grant applications around sustainability, and also just help quantify some of the impacts that our city is having. This is things like induction stovetops, electrical panel upgrades, EVs, all these sorts of things that can be really helpful. So we're partnering with the city's sustainability project manager to identify what useful metrics are and help figure out how to quantify the impact of any changes we see. We also see some value in using this platform that all rental property operators will be using to connect them to existing resources that the city partners with the county, state, and federal government to provide to folks. And lastly, we are looking into integrating the city's climate action plan monitoring software with this. So the software that we're having for this program will be able to provide additional spatial analysis to have more nuanced program assessments and also create more targeted outreach opportunities. Next slide. So the other thing that came up was around tenant data. So we have engaged with partners and advocates around this and continue to do more nuanced conversations based on the input that we've received. These are some of the folks that we've been talking to. I'll note the community input is very limited at this point. We've just kind of launched that side of it. So it's bordering on anecdotal at this point, but we do have some of it from here. So next slide. As previously discussed, something that came up discussing this with municipalities that are operating similar programs is around the limitations that come with fair housing law around tenant demographic data. So anything that the city is able to do will have to be an opt-in program. They also emphasize, and this kind of came up especially in LA where they've considered similar programs but really moved against it, is the unlikeliness of having a representative sample from this sort of program given the current climate. Especially looking at marginalized or mixed status families is very unlikely they will enroll in this sort of program that could be putting out at relatively publicly available capacities, personal data that could be could create any forms of targeting of any kind. So this is something that was kind of echoed by advocates who also kind of emphasized that this is kind of sensitive and potentially weaponizable data. And it's why this isn't really something that you'll see a lot of tenant advocates pushing for, especially considering that the demographic data available through census tracts and all that sort of stuff are very effective advocacy tools. So I think the way they see it, if this isn't giving them additional levers, but is potentially creating harms, then they don't necessarily see an inherent value in creating this kind of more specified data source. Again, very limited community input so far, but what we have heard does kind of corroborate this kind of apprehension around providing this sort of data. So based on this, as well as the quote we've received to incorporate this would constitute a 25 to 30% cost increase to the program. So based on these, we are kind of recommending that we do not move forward with this at this time. Next slide. So the regulations themselves, a lot of it is kind of keeping in alignment with what already exists. We will be adding this enrollment into this inventory program as part of the annual business license renewals that already occur at the end of the calendar year. It will kind of affirm and incorporate compliance with business licenses and the triennial inspection program, but kind of clarify the platform that it will be used for via the city's approved platform. We will be adding in it the capacity for tenants to receive copies of the enrollment forms and inspection reports, which is something we discussed last time we were here, and kind of create the justification for the city displaying some of this data that we gather through the inventory platform, as well as breaking up the inspection fees and business license fees to kind of this annual collection cadence as opposed to once every 3 years. And lastly, it will create the onus to bring on a residential health and safety inspector for the program. Next slide. So this is a kind of breakdown of how we're dealing with the business license renewals. We discussed last time the possibility of delaying business license renewals to the end of the fiscal year. After discussing it with the finance department, it's just going to kind of create a lot of kind of complications and ambiguities around what's covered and what's not, and how the cost breaks down. So what we will be moving forward with is conditional license renewals if a inspection certificate of compliance is expiring this year, on the condition that it is renewed through this new program, which is more or less kind of the same of what the city is already doing. And then we do have additional grace periods and deadlines for folks that are out of compliance with the city's inspection program, and for folks who whose certificates of compliance are not expiring this year, it will be business license renewal as normal. Next slide. So this slide here is just the timeline that we presented in September. We'll note that a couple things are crossed off. Again, no business license date change approval needed, and this kind of early enrollment kind of piece of it, we're scrapping to incorporate this more simplified model. Next slide. So if you're maybe a more visual learner, this is kind of breaking down those categories along that timeline. So again, if you're in category 1, so your COC does not expire this year, it's business as usual, renew your license end of this year, and then at the end of next year, renew under the new program. If you're in category 2, so the COC expires this year, renew at the time of that COC expiring. And then we have grace periods for folks out of compliance in category 3, which is folks who are only out of compliance within the past year, and then folks who are further along in non-compliance. Next slide. So these are the administrative regulations we will be bringing in January, and we'd love to have any input you guys have around these. They will be around the specific data collected and what is made available to the public, the continued efforts around the self-certification inspection model, and any modifications we are ready to present at that time. The program fee modifications, which will be pending a fee study to ensure that whatever fee schedule we have adequately covers the program. And then after that same fee study, we'll be presenting if there's any potential discounts or incentives we can offer to interested landlords. Next slide. That is all I have for you guys. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can get this all sorted.
Okay. Any questions from council? Let's go for Councilmember Thoms. Any questions?
Sure. Just kind of backing up, is this a requirement of the housing element, or is an implementation of any of those plans?
Tangentially, but I would have to look it up to see the specific. There's not, I don't recall that there's a specific program to do exactly this, but there are programs with regards to inspection of our rental housing stock. So if you're interested, I could look it up real quick.
That's okay. I think it might also be part of the CAP if we're looking at doing energy improvements too. I was just kind of
Be tied into that too, yeah.
Okay, and then as far as the fees are concerned, would we be looking at a future time when we look at this position as to whether or not the fees would cover the cost of an inspector, or is that something you know now?
We have done some back of the envelope costing and evaluation of the fees that might support full cost recovery. With the opportunity that we are working right now on a new user fee study, we will be diving in very first with this particular issue, and in tandem looking at a class comp study for a new position, and then making sure that the fees that are coming out of the user fee study are supporting that position.
Okay.
And hopefully we'll bring them both back to you at the same time for the fees and the position.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy?
Yes, thank you so much, Director Whalen, as well as Mr. Morty. I did have just two questions. The first, I noticed in the staff report that the current system, I'm not sure if you all characterized it as like manual or fragmented. So I just wondered if you can kind of walk through the specific functions of the new Telemi software platform. I mean, you don't have to give us like Telemi 101, but just wondering how those functions address like the longstanding gaps that we've had in tracking and transparency.
Yeah.
I can start by telling you what the system looks like today, and then Jared can tell you what it will look like with Telemi. So today, and this is only as of a few years ago, we have a system where folks who need to renew their certificate of occupancy first go to the eTrack It portal to renew their business license, and then they would need to go and apply for a new certificate of occupancy on a Microsoft form that we've developed. Then they would go to a link with Stripe to pay their fees with Stripe. And then they would go to book their actual inspection using Microsoft Bookings that we have. So 3 different systems there that are all being reconciled by staff when the actual inspection is performed. And then if there are corrections that are needed from that inspection, then the property owner receives a hard copy inspection checklist. Then they need to go and apply for a building permit through the eTrack It system, get all of that resolved, whatever the issues are, and then go back and schedule a new inspection for a second follow-up inspection, and hopefully everything's good and they can receive their certificate of compliance, which is manually generated or generated in the city's offices using Microsoft Word.
And I have the easier job. So all of these functions would be done under the Telemi platform. So they would be able to fill out the inventory, which will provide us all the information of the units themselves, apply for the business license, schedule the inspections. This would also be the platform to deal with any corrections. The program software will also be able to direct them to the correct permit applications if substantial repairs need to be done in order to have the inspection approved. And so, yeah, all of those steps will all be under the same platform.
Okay, gotcha. And just so I'm clear, in terms of the implementation, I'm reading or I read that the digital process replaces the paper forms, and it sounds like staff is doing some like in-person or supporting folks with in-person like office hours. But can you clarify how staff is focused on ensuring that owners have access to the system, or I guess to what they need to do, especially owners who may have difficulty with digital-only enrollment?
Yeah, so, and Lily can expand on this, but this program is kind of following trends that the city has of moving away from paper. And so yeah, what we're doing, and we'll probably discuss this more in January as we have more information, but we'll be conducting office hours to provide dedicated support in person to folks who may have, varying technical literacy levels. Beyond this, also the developer that we're using has, from what we've heard from other municipalities, excellent customer service, both helping city staff, but also helping the public and rental property operators get enrolled. So that's kind of the metrics that we're using to support folks.
Gotcha.
Yes, but you can expand.
Yeah, and just with regards to the office hours as well, we've had some pretty good success with the kiosk that we have at Community Development permit counter in assisting folks that are not as familiar with online systems in registering for their eTrack It account and applying for a building permit as well. So I'm confident that we'll be able to continue navigating that with the public moving forward with this new system.
Gotcha. And then just a last question. You all noted that there were some privacy or fair housing possibly issues with, the degree to which we are transparent with the data. I'm just wondering, has, in your processing and kind of redevelopment of this program, have there been other like risk or legal issues that you've explored or that have come up that would put the city in jeopardy? I love the program. I just want to make sure that we're, aligned with, of course, federal, state, and local laws as much as we can, or as much as possible.
Yeah. As of right now, the main thing have been around demographic data and fair housing law. As we currently understand it, we're in compliance with stuff like that. But in January, when we come forward with those regulational pieces, we'll have really looked into that and worked with the city attorney's office as well to make sure that we're in compliance.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your hard work on this. It's great to see a quick report back too. So I look forward to your next steps. And thank you. Thank you so much again for the visuals as well. I'm very visual, as you probably know already. So I appreciate the visual details of your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Mayor Sasai?
Just want to say a quick thank you to you both for all your work on this. And this is a really major step towards just giving Pinole a modern, transparent, enforceable system that protects tenants and supports responsible property owners. So really looking forward to this program. Just want to say thank you.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. And thanks for giving me the time to try to formulate my comments into questions. Okay, question one. How will staff attempt to maximize enrollment and eventually minimize rental providers from being non-compliant? That's question one.
Yeah. We'll start there. Maximizing enrollment, I think a big piece will be just engagement. So one of the nice things that the software developer we're using does is they have all their algorithms, technology I don't understand, but it identifies suspected rental properties, and can kind of create mailers and other stuff like that to help us identify and engage with non-compliant units. I've again, very limited experience with the engagement with tenants and stuff like that, but there are folks who are unaware that this program exists, and so I think identifying folks like that is going to be key in bringing them into the fold. These aren't necessarily bad actors. Sometimes it's just unaware. And then the ease of use of the program, which is, as we've compared the kind of semi-convoluted model we have now versus one-stop shop to get it all done, is something that from reports we've had from other municipalities is really key in getting folks on board with the system. Everybody likes it being convenient to get it done. And I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, a couple others. I think that we were planning also in the engagement that Jared is going to be doing right now through January, as well as when the program officially relaunches, is engagement with the realtor community as well, because I think that's a key piece that is missing, and making sure realtors know that this is a requirement for folks renting out their homes. We also, as Jared mentioned, we also would like to put in a piece on an incentive to enroll early and not miss the deadline. And so what that looks like, I'm not sure, but it might be a waiver of the enrollment fee, the first-time enrollment fee, which we're anticipating to be about $25 or something like that, as an incentive to get people into the system. And then lastly, we're also considering and looking at a self-certification option as well for a percentage of units at a property. So it wouldn't be all of the units, and we don't know exactly what that looks like, but that also might incentivize folks to enroll in the program.
Thank you. Different question. I'd like to see the program and the technology associated with it as a resource for renters. Jared, you mentioned tenants. So how will this be a means to support renters? And I don't mean support monetarily. I mean support in their interest to find a home that is in some way not entirely vetted, but at least will have met some minimal regulatory requirements.
Yeah, definitely. So we will definitely be able to bring something in January. There are some municipalities in the Bay Area who have this same software provider creating theirs that I can also reference us to. But the main thing is it's like a, almost like a Google Maps page, but you can see properties. You see again, what information we determine is worth sharing. This can be rental prices. It can be utility costs. It can be code violation complaints and things like that. So these are all kind of helpful things, I think, at least for me as a renter, that I see, oh wow, there's 16 code violations here. Maybe I'll move along. And so yeah, it creates some public transparency so that folks can kind of make more informed decisions than you can responding to a Craigslist ad.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope that comes to fruition. I can see that being very, very helpful.
Another thought that I had while Jared was speaking is another benefit of this revamp program would be the resources that we're putting into the actual staffing of it as well. And that staff person would also serve as the first person in line to go out if there are substandard housing complaints from the community, which right now we have our code enforcement officer handle. So that would reduce some of her load and be able to focus on some other non-housing related complaints and have a dedicated person to take care of those complaints. Yep.
I'm so sorry. I do have another thing that, again, this is kind of preliminary anecdotal findings from community engagement, but when discussing this, a couple tenants had noted that we discussed them receiving the inspection reports, that whether or not they would be inclined to formally report on their landlord was one equation, but having a document from the city saying like this is the standards they're held to, they felt would give them a little more qualification to ask about violations or habitability issues. So that's another kind of potential latent benefit that's worth noting.
I just thought of one other too. So the platform itself will eventually be helping us understand a lot more about our housing stock than we do today. And so that could help drive additional policies in the future that would help renters and tenants.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad I asked the question. So thanks for keep pushing me on asking the question.
They help. They help.
Because I think it helps us all think through or come up with some new things, questions or answers or possibilities, and to be tried out. So yeah, this matter of habitability, having tenants or would-be renters be more informed about minimum standards, and the flip side of that is what they ought not to live with or in. So thank you for the work that you're doing towards that.
Okay, no questions from me, so we'll go to the public comment.
Thank you. Rafael Menes.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, members of the public. Is audio going through here? Doesn't sound like it. There we go. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes, resident of Pinole. And I appreciate Councilmember Martinez-Rubin's questions, but speaking as a renter myself, I'm unsure how accessible this platform will be to renters. It sounds like it's primarily designed for the benefit of the city first and property owners secondarily. But for example, how would a given renter know that this thing exists in the first place? Would it be highlighted on the city's website? Would there be a requirement to have links to the platform and any advertisements of the rental property? How would it even work with regards to First Amendment issues? And then more broadly, if people are reporting things through the platform, are reports made anonymously, or do they need to have names attached to them? Because there's a power imbalance between renters and their landlords, often a substantial one. They may not be willing to say, bring up that there's mold or some random issue going on with their household for fear that they'll be retaliated against, whether or not that retaliation would be legal or what their status is, or so on and so forth. The reality of the power relationship itself makes filing a complaint a dangerous act, especially if it can be traced back to the particular individual that files the complaint. Or often, even if it's anonymous, it could be inferred, like, who else would know about this particular issue but the tenant? So if the city wants this to be a resource to benefit renters and to be used for complaints and so on and so forth, how does it plan to sort of mitigate the fundamental power dynamic between renter and landlord in a way that gives renters rights without, I guess, disrupting the relationship between renter and landlord? I'm not sure if that's quite the right phrasing for it. It's been a while since my university years. But I figure that's the sort of concern that the city should try to address when they're thinking about these questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Next commenter.
That concludes the public comments. Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council. One thing I do want to ask is, the last commenter brought up a good point. Do the inspections, is that where, I guess, any corrections would come out of that instance? So if somebody was living in something that was maybe substandard or not in a good state, would they have to wait for the inspection to come up to avoid any, I guess, any disruption to the relationship between the renter or the landlord, and put them at a kind of a disadvantage for a certain amount of time? I guess the question is, really, I think that's a good point, because, some people are currently living in a landlord-renter relationship where they might be in a building that's really not healthy or doesn't have working equipment, and their rent is low, right? And so they're kind of balancing their living conditions with their affordability. And then what's to prevent a landlord from passing these costs for upgrades to the renter? I mean, I guess, those are those concerns that I have. So I guess just those are my comments. I mean, if I know that's complicated, it's not going to be answered tonight, but if there was a way to address that with the landlord and renter, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can start.
Okay. I know it's complicated, and but just very high level. What would you see? How that would play out, or I guess maybe the question is, are there mechanisms to prevent that?
Yeah, so there's a few things that we can speak on. So the first is, that is definitely one of the questions that, as we're doing kind of community and stakeholder engagement with folks, and especially tenants, we are wanting to kind of work in people's things. I will say that the city already does have a kind of complaint-based inspection model that is in addition to the triennial one. So as these kind of complaints come up, if that degree of what one is comfortable with reporting is definitely something we're hashing out. But the mechanisms to inspect and do something about it when it comes to the city's attention does exist and will continue to exist. I think as we kind of launch this program, and especially if we're sending these enrollment reports to tenants, that will create a connection point that doesn't currently exist. So is it completely solving it? No, but it's a step towards kind of giving them an avenue to report things. I think figuring out if there needs to be steps for it to be anonymous or how we do that correctly is something that we're wanting to make sure we build out. But in terms of the existing impetus, like there is kind of something there around complaint-based inspections that already occur. So.
Yeah. I don't know if I have any more to add to that right now. I think it's a good point from the speaker and something that we'll be thinking about over the next couple of months. Substandard housing law right now requires when we do receive a complaint from multifamily housing that we inspect not just the unit that was complained about, but all adjacent units as well. So there's a little bit more of a buffer now built into state housing law in not entirely identifying the unit that had come forward. We also will receive sometimes folks in the same complex will send us complaints about a different unit too. So they want to try to help preserve anonymity that way for their fellow other folks who live in their building. Those are kind of the thoughts that I have right now. But
Yeah, it's not an easy answer, and I know it's something that you guys probably will have to go back and think about. It's just, as I was hearing that, I mean, I just remember growing up and, this being in the same situation where it was like, you didn't want the rent to go up, right? And, everybody's panicked about what, the landlord may or may not do. So I know that kind of struck a chord for me when the speaker made that. It was kind of like, well, wait, that's a very real thing for people who are trying to balance, their rent, how much they're paying in rent versus their living conditions. So I just want you to take that into consideration when you're going through this. Okay, any other comments from council?
Comment here.
Comments, they're all yours.
Very brief comment.
See?
Being presented with an option or a voluntary action that someone has an action that can be taken voluntarily, not coercively, not because it's mandated, not because the city's doing something for the city, in this case, trying to improve housing overall. But with regard to informing, educating a public, and eventually, and the word these days is normalizing what's healthy, normalizing what's adequate housing. I think to start with even presenting the possibility that someone can inform a third party about substandard housing when a tenant or would-be renter may not have ever heard that, I think presents a local government, a city agency, a government agency in good light, because we're doing what I think government is supposed to do: help people who might not otherwise do something to improve their lot, in this case, housing. So I would say, although there is concern with power dynamics, I believe it can be done in an appropriate way. And ordinarily, at least in public health, we believe in offering information, offering the options for someone then to, as an informed, again, would-be renter, would-be tenant, would or would not take action based on that, if the information to them is available that we believe it would be helpful. And I think that's where, again, you're going to be putting more thought into that. We believe it would be helpful. I think a tenant or renter needs to understand why that belief is so. And then up to them to decide whether they proceed or not. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any comment from Councilmember Murphy or Mayor Sai?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. So first of all, I just want to say again, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. I think this program is incredibly important to the city, and I think that a program like this really increases our focus on public health and safety, but I also think it really creates a fair and consistent system that supports our neighborhoods. And so I'm glad that this is what we're taking on. I think I've noted to you both and to the public that this type of program actually was noted to me by a realtor in our community. And she characterized it as we were leaving money on the table and that we should be focused a little bit more on residential health and rental inspection. So I say that to say that I think that was, again, one individual's opinion. I do note that this individual was a realtor or is a realtor and a community leader, and also, has, a stake in our community and cares a lot about our community. And so I want to reiterate how important I think this opportunity for us to kind of both have a goal of supporting our neighborhoods and also address some historical problems with our own compliance monitoring. I do also want to note that something that came to mind from her statement also is just around the fee, like just the idea of the cost recovery model. As excited as I am about this program, I'm also wanting to ensure that we really meet like that full cost recovery. And so I think in that comes like just questions I have about the fee study. My biggest concern again is that like as we develop and grow this program that I think is really instrumental, that we don't necessarily have this program subsidized by our general fund. I mean, at this point it probably will be, but long term that the general fund is not subsidizing this program, that we are truly ensuring like that cost recovery model is like the deepest it can go. So I'm not sure what all goes into that. So I guess Mayor Pro Tem, apologies, I'm making a comment, but also I guess mine is a question too, which is I just want to ensure that staff like has an understanding of what the scope of that fee study is. The comment I would have is that like it includes, our labor costs, the licensing of the platform that you all mentioned, of course, like overhead and indirect costs, like from our city attorney, for example, or the review of our city attorney. I also would love to understand the difference in like the contingency for enforcement between our code enforcement and the inspector. And obviously any idea of future staff as well. So I just wanted to note those as opportunities to really dig into a practical fee study and like something that would be very comprehensive and inclusive. And yeah, I again want to reiterate how important this program is to me and residents and realtors and community members I've spoken to. And also I think the program will be more important if it really meets that cost recovery model. And so just wanted to say that. I don't know if staff has questions or comments to that, but again, thank you for the report, and that's all, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Mayor Sai?
No comments, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Thoms, did you have?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Very good.
Okay. I move that we adopt the resolution approving the administrative regulations implementing PMC Chapter 8.30 following the public hearing, and direct staff to prepare a class and comp study for a full-time residential health and safety inspector, and conduct a fee study to support full cost recovery and return with a recommendation of fee adjustments.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Tom, second by Martinez Rubin. We kind of any comment, questions? Okay, roll call vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tate?
Yes.
Mayor Sasai?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, all right, so that concludes item 11, and we're going to move back in the agenda to item 9, consent calendar. I guess do we have public comment on consent?
Thank you. Let me just double check online. It looks like no, we have no comments for consent.
Okay, I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote on consent.
Thank you. Councilmember Thoms?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Sasai.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item 10, public hearings. We have none. We will move now to item 13, citizens to be heard. This is our second citizens to be heard. And it's for citizens who did not speak during the first citizens to be heard. Do we have any?
We have no speakers. Thank you.
Okay, moving to item 14, adjournment. Now, I know Mayor Sasai had an adjournment. I also had one too, so I would just let Mayor Sasai go after, I guess, I went. So I just want to wish my brother and sister happy birthday, Mark and Laura Tave. Their birthday's on November 25th. They're going to be turning 44. And so happy birthday, Mark and Laura. Twins, yeah. Yeah, they're bigger than me too. So thank you. Mayor Sasai, go ahead.
Happy birthday. Love that. And thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Tave. And I wanted to adjourn memory of a Pinole resident that I had a great honor of meeting and working with when I served as a commissioner on the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission. Joanna Palick was a resident of Pinole. She worked for 16 years as a project manager with the West Contra Costa Transportation Commission. And she was beloved by staff, by the commission, and was very involved in terms of serving on the countywide bicycle and pedestrian advisory committee, CVPAC, and was really instrumental in the planning development of WICTAC's Senior Disabled Needs Assessment Study and CCTA's Accessible Transportation Strategic Plan. So we learned from our executive director of WICTAC that she had passed away recently, and so just wanted to send my condolences to the family and request that we adjourn in her memory tonight.
Awesome. Joanna, you'll be missed. Yeah, that'll adjourn the meeting to the regular city council meeting of December 2nd, 2025, in remembrance of Amber Schwartz.